Yes, sir.
Awesome, awesome. Good morning, good afternoon,
Yes.
good evening, everyone. Day two, franchise systems orientation, just for our KW Worldwide guests. What did you guys think of yesterday? We want to start off with just hearing from you. What did you get? What stayed in your mind? What jumped out at you? What were your ahas, or maybe even confusion you still have? I'd love to start off the day hearing from a couple of you, if you don't mind, about how or what you thought about yesterday. Feel free to unmute yourself, or if you want, if you're more comfortable, the chat tool is uh, fine as well. Any questions remaining from yesterday?
Can I have my ahas, JP?
Hey,
Good
Miroslav, I can
afternoon.
hear you. Go ahead.
Well, it is not about just yesterday. It is about, this is my fourth FSO experience. Unlike our dear Bill Soterov says it's about ninth, but no, it's just fourth. So I had in Texas live, and this is my second virtual FSO. So this is something that's waking me up in the evening. I'm just to let other people know. I've seen a lot of new faces here, a lot of new candidates for regions, and I'm the regional OP for Serbia, and I am in my last part of the first month of the first 30 days coming into and learning everything, learning the systems, and everything that we hear, that we listen. It is good to come back to it and to refresh your ahas. For example, last weekend we translated the six personal perspectives, and we were thrilled. This is something that wakes me up in the evening during the night, and I start thinking as if it was 30 years ago. I was waking up for some other things. Now I'm waking up for Keller Williams. It really gives you drive. It really gives you a different mindset, a different way to think, and there is nothing to be afraid of. Just have to embrace it and learn as much as possible. I'm at least 10 to 12 hours a day listening, reading, here, there. We have great team supporting us, working with us, teaching us what to implement at what second, at what point. So everything is huge, and the whole thing, the whole concept is my big aha, and has been my big aha for the past, let's say, those 4 weeks that I have been constantly implementing or starting to implement the KW system. But
Love
if I had to move out one of them, the one thing, it would be accountability. It would
Right.
be really accountability, perhaps because I lacked in it in my previous 24 and a half years of having business here. So, of doing the business in some other way. So don't be afraid. That's my biggest hat to the others who are about to join us and become family. Thank you. You did a great
Thank
job
you.
yesterday. Really, JP.
Well, I never feel completely confident, especially with Miroslav having seen some of our master faculty teach this live in person at Keller Williams Realty International Austin. I never feel good enough to be at their level. But one thing I do feel very confident in is that over 16 years, I have watched entrepreneurs now from all over the world, and especially the United States, for almost 2 decades, do exactly what Miroslav's doing now, which is they've gotten to a great level of success in their business, being entrepreneurs and building on their own natural strengths and their own networking. And then what I love about this, and I've witnessed it time and time again, is people who reach a whole new level of success personally and professionally because of exactly what he said, which is accountability. Not every tool and system Keller Williams has developed or currently is developing continually is right for everyone. But if you become a student of this company, I don't care what role you're in, your life will be better off if you put that into practice and you're accountable to it. And that's the difference between people who reach new heights of success and those that reach a ceiling and stay there for the rest of their career. There's no right or wrong in that, but accountability and being a learning based person who's always learning and growing is how success breaks through those ceilings. And I have been exposed and sitting in a seat for almost 2 decades watching that happen time and time again with entrepreneurs who are just like all of us on this call, who have built great things out of natural strength and now are ready to go to the next level. So it's been a gift because of that. Daniel, go ahead. Oh, you're muted. There you go.
Yes, I was expecting what can I hear else on FSO, and it's true. Every time when we hear it, we take it something extra. My was aha from yesterday, the never-ending story of benchmarking. This was number one, and if the team leader has an issue of lead gen, you can go just through the sources of lead gen with him, and you can easily find where are the possibilities to be better for the whole team.
Absolutely.
These two were for me very useful.
As complex as these systems can feel, it's really about doing our job, like Bill always says. And Keller Williams, while there is a lot of models, is very clear on the model that runs a great region is the model that runs a great market center. And that's the same model that runs a great agent team. And it all starts with lead generation. And we're going to talk about that later today in chapter 4 when we get into the marketing messaging. I love that slide, and you'll know which one I'm talking about when you get to it, because it's so clear on what the region's job is, what the market center's job is, and what the agent's job is. Everything else around the systems and the tools and the people we hire fill in the gaps and help us scale. But honestly, if we as leaders can keep our vision clear, starting with lead generation, then we can build a business that's massive. And that's the irony of success. And Gary teaches us that all the time. You wake up every day and lead generate, whether you're a doctor, a dentist, a real estate agent, or a region, you're going to grow and you're going to build your business, and you're going to solve problems through that growth. If you just understand that's the engine that drives everything. I love that you're here again, Daniel. Like Miroslav, Daniel's been through a few of these, and that is right there. What we want you all to see as an example is that it's not, I took that class, oh yeah, I saw that a few years ago. Being a student of this company means going back and mastering the fundamentals. So I had an aha about teaching this, and that is our audience is mostly regional candidates or current regions like Daniel and Miroslav, and we need to almost turn this into a train the trainer, because this isn't about just attending. You as a region have the opportunity and responsibility, if you want to grow, to teach this in your country. And some of the things you're seeing me do can be more clear and more direct when you're able to communicate, this is our standard in this region. This is why we said it this way. And this is respectful of what the opportunity is in this particular market, right? And those numbers, how many agents you're going to open with, or how you're going to launch and transmit in 90 days. Some of those standards and expectations can be set more clearly once you're teaching FSO in your region. So I definitely encourage you, if you're a regional candidate or a current region, to not just be learning about how market centers run, but also think about how are you going to turn around and teach this, especially if it's going to have to be virtual for the near future. But thank you guys for sharing. We're going to get started with two very special guests. But before we do, we want to mention that here in Austin this morning, we happen to be having a pretty aggressive thunderstorm. And so we're kind of anticipating and keeping our eye on through the rest of the worldwide team what's happening with the power situation. So this is the fun adventures that we get to have working virtually. If the power is to go out here in Austin, we believe our Zoom call will still stay on, but you might see my video and Leslie's video freeze. So don't log out if we go frozen for 30 seconds or so. We have a backup, and we can switch over to a new internet service that is wireless and battery powered, and we'll continue on with our call. But if you see us go frozen for about 30 seconds to 1 minute, don't log out. We're not leaving the class. We're gonna attempt to do it on battery power if the power goes out here in Austin. Does that make sense?
It's also one more reason for us all to move to Aruba or Dominican Republic. You know, this thing based in Austin, Texas is getting a little tiring here. So
welcome, Bill.
I'm just saying.
Well, at least it's not the murder hornets that were flying around for a while, so I can deal with some rain. Well, like I said, we have two very special guests to kick off our call today. Ingen, can you hear me? And Yenner, I believe you're on as well. Can you guys hear us?
Yeah, perfect.
There you are. Hey, good to see you. Thanks again for taking the time and being here.
Good to see you too. Hi.
And I think Yenner is on the call too. Oh, I see you. Hey guys. These two wonderful gentlemen are leaders in our Arcadia, Turkey region. They run a very successful market center. And we'd like to spend about 15 or 20 minutes just hearing from them because we've done some interviews with them recently, and they've obviously achieved some great results in their region of Turkey. And we just wanted this group to hear some of those insights from their experience as OP and team leader. And so before we begin into that discussion, I thought I'd turn over to you. And again, you guys can introduce yourselves and talk about your role and how long you've been with Keller Williams.
Yeah, I'm the OP of two market centers right now. One of them has been 6 years, and the other one is brand new. It's about 1.5 years. I've been there for the last 6 months as an OP role. I was the also investor in that market center. Then I changed to the second OP role there. And I've been in real estate for 17 years. I've been at the brand for 8-9 years, then our own brand. Then we switched to Keller Williams in 2014. That's basically who I am.
Excellent.
Yeah.
And Yenner?
Yeah, hello everyone. I am the team leader of Keller Williams Platin, and I have been running this role for about 2 years. And this is my second year in real estate industry. Before that, I used to be working at pharma industry for 15 years, mainly based on sales and marketing disciplines. And this is mainly who I am.
Excellent. Guys, I can't thank you enough for taking time. I know everyone's so busy. There's unique opportunities going on in all of our markets to spend your time on Zoom and digital tools like this, recruiting and growing your business. So for you to step away and give us your time, we really, really appreciate it. Let's start talking first about the OP role. Yesterday, we went through the first 3 chapters of the FSO material, which really kind of lay the groundwork on our culture and our foundational mission and pieces like that, as well as the organizational structure of a market center and how we start or build a market center that builds itself. And then lastly, we started to talk about this idea of growth. So I wanted to talk about those last 2 areas in particular. First off, around the OP and team leader role, and then in a few moments we'll get into how you're growing so successfully. Let's start with the OP role. If you could, kind of in your own perspective, describe the OP role and how you approach that job, and also how you approach the role of the team leader that's working with you as a partner in this market center.
Okay. First of all, I believe the most important role is the team leader role in this company. So, because it's the most important role, and for an OP responsibility, I have to find the greatest people to work to find the best person to do the job. So then it comes to be maybe one of the most important role, than the OP role, I guess. So what I see is that when we get the market center started, the first 2 years was a bit difficult for me. Then I just stopped by a minute, and our regional director, Emre, we talked a lot together. So I just organized myself and said, I have to use the model systems 100%, 120%, and work hard on this and leave everything else. So then our company started to change. The most important thing is that when we get the models and systems, we usually try to tweak the systems. We usually try to play around the systems, and that is not efficient, and that is also very tiring. So when you get 100% on the systems, it goes very fast, and you see that, oops, where are we? So today we are the largest market center in Turkey, and probably we will be more aggressive from now on.
How many agents do you have in that market center?
We have close to 200. We are 193 today. Yener is pushing to 200 at the end of this month. And we are building up new strategies. Maybe Yener will talk around that, so that we can make a sustainable growth in our 135 plans, which we did in November last year. So because of the COVID period, like 2.5, 3 months, we did very well. But just in case, to get to the 135, we made some other plans which will take us through faster in the last 6 months. As an OP role, I guess the most important thing is you have to take the models and systems, don't tweak them, just work on them, work hard on them, which is sometimes very tiring, but that's our job. And also put a very big vision and make it visible from everyone, from the leadership team to agents, and hold your people account to that vision so they can take you and take everyone there.
When you think about the team leader role specifically, and Yener in it, how do you, I mean, it's obviously an employee role that works for the OP. So in legal and objective terms, you're the boss, but how do you approach your relationship with him? And how often do you guys talk, and what's that look like between OP and team leader?
All right. Like I said, the most difficult role in this company is team leader role. In the first year, I just tried to be a team leader in 2014 in my market center. And what I see after a year, that it's not a job to sweat on me. So I have to find a great team leader. Yener is my 4th team leader in my first 6 months in 6 years market center. And he's been with us, 22 months, Yener, maybe?
Yes.
Yeah. Close to 2 years? Okay.
2 years. Yeah,
for
almost.
the relationship, if you're looking for a great person that is probably going to replace you in some time, that person should be great and treated as a partner and friend rather than an employee. So when I meet with Yener, we just meet. He was a lead coming from one of our agents. One of our base agents said, my friend can do this job very well. So I met her friend, which is Yener's wife, actually. We go through the disc process and said, okay, that was a great interview. I really love to meet you, but you will be uncomfortable in this job, so let's not do this. Do you know someone? I asked. He said, you should meet my husband, she said. So that's how we meet with Yener. And for the last 22 days, we just meet every single morning for the last 18-20 months, 15 to 20 minutes. We didn't stop that. Every day, accountability. And every day would probably talk 1 or 2 times for any kind of issues, whatever. So we work together, we work as a partner, I guess. So an OP has to focus on their people and their earnings and their happiness in the company, I guess. If you focus on that, everything will take care of itself. An OP has to take care of the people and their families before himself. If you do that in the first place, then everybody goes to work better and work like their company.
Excellent. When you think about, or when you guys meet, without getting too much into the details, because I want to come to Yener next, but from an OP perspective, what are the things you're talking about that you're holding him accountable to as an OP? What do you care about that you're asking about accountability? And then secondly, how does he personally care about those goals you have for the market center? How do you know that he's committed? Do you talk about his personal goals and how he achieves them by being a team leader for you?
Yeah. First, it's not my goal, it's definitely their goals. Last year in November, when we were doing 135, I asked Yener to, can you just write down a 135 and let's discuss on that, which will be much more faster, so that you can see our MCAC and the leadership team and my partners can see how much profit are we going to make at the end of 2020. So he basically take the company, write it all down and bring us all together and make a 1 hour meeting and say, this is how it looked like. And we just make small adjustments on that. We basically always talk around the growth initiative tools, every single one of them. Because we have every morning 15 to 20 minutes meeting. We have a lot of time to talk on the 7 subjects, 7 tools. And Yener is very focused on the market share appointments and also the brand new agents, which is easy. And now, because we are close to 200, it becomes an attraction point around our area. We made an analysis last week. We probably around 16 to 17% of the market share right now.
Wow.
Probably at the end of the next year, probably it will double up 35 to 40%, I guess. We're still working on the numbers right now.
How many agents are in the most successful office in your area where this market center is? Who's your nearest competitor, and how many agents do they have?
The most populated, I guess. Why I say populated? Because most of them, which is a Remax office, around 40 agents, but only 4 top producers. So the other 36, I don't know what they're doing. Mm-hmm. So it's 40. But the average number of agents per office is 5 in Turkey. So 200 is pretty much a huge number.
So as an owner, having been in real estate as long as you have, those first 2 years I know you said were hard.
Yeah.
What were your competitors, just to prepare our group, what did your competitors say when you started this very unusual and very different model in their market, in a market that you were already known in?
Yeah, first of all, the usual sharing splits in Turkey is like 50-50%, 50% to broker and 50% to agent. We just start up with a huge training calendar, huge opportunities for agents like ALC and stuff, and giving 70% to agents, which was market disruptive and said, and you can never handle 30, 40 agents. Our 10-year plan, actually, which we did at the beginning of 2014, we will grow up to 72 agents in 10 years. That was our plan. So we became like 50 at the end of 2 years. Everybody was very aggressive, so we were recruiting agents. Also, the numbers are growing. They just like had crazy fights with us. What are you doing? Why are you recruiting the agents? You have to change the splits, because they did try to change the splits in their companies, but they have 8 agents, 5 agents. So they couldn't get the cycle on. And nowadays, nobody sounds, because we just get very big. And now Yener has started to recruit offices, like 7, 8 people, 3 people, 4 people, 5 people offices. Now they started to say, okay, we should have done this 5 years ago, but it's a good time. Now we can join you. Now it started to be something like that. So now everything starts with the growth initiative.
And I love you said that yesterday.
Probably not read.
Go ahead.
You might not probably read something there's back, which is Turkish. It's in my room, and it says, our only focus, or our one thing, is growth. That's always right there.
Right. You always are growing. Gary Keller, 40 years. The man never stopped talking about growth. He's got to be so bored listening to himself say the same thing for 40 years. I love that you brought that up about independent brokerages now. And Cheryl on our call brought that up yesterday because it is an opportunity. I will, and I think you would agree, you have to make sure you're growing in the most friction-free or easy way possible through agents who will accept the value you have. And then as you prove out the model and you have a market center that has strong leadership, a strong ALC, you'll have the strength and the foundation to go attempt to talk to a bigger brokerage that might have 7 agents in an independent local brand. And you might have enough value at that point and enough reputation to bring them in. If you do that right in the beginning, it's very hard and it's a very experimental way to do it. Market centers that are strong in agent count and hopefully profitability, if they're keeping their expenses low, do start to have that opportunity. And it might take a year or 2 years before you're ready to go ask an independent team to come in and explain to them how they could keep their brand and be part of your market center. Now, COVID does provide a little bit of an opportunity for all of us because people are suffering and people are stuck in leases that are very expensive. And you might be a new home for that independent brokerage or at least the agents. But be thoughtful about that and don't over promise yourself on the value you can deliver as a launching market center. It's a lot just to launch the regular market center. It's even more difficult to try to deliver value to offices that are out there, several kilometers away. But thank you for bringing that up. I think it's a really great opportunity for all of us as we grow. But the one thing is growth. Thank you again for sharing that. Anything else before I move to Yenner? I want to make sure we have time to talk about the team leader role too.
Just like you said before, our company is focused on the agent and agent productivity first. So if you recruit the great market share people, great market share agents, and focus on them and make them big in their markets, so everybody realizes and say, this guy changed a lot when he switched to, or she switched to Keller Williams. So we have to focus on the market shares and their training and their production first. Then you get what you deserve. Yenner studied numbers in January and in February, I'm sorry. For the last 18 months, we have only 4% loss in the market share agents, only 4%, which is like our original or our base is like 30% worldwide, right, JP?
Yep.
Yeah. So, but the others, new beginners, are 34%. So when you focus on the market shares, they're also productive, like 4.5 times productive than new beginners, and also they don't want to leave. Exactly. If you take these numbers and make a good communication with the market share agent, they just say, okay, probably I will come here and 95% I'm going to stay and learn a lot, much more.
Exactly. So, when people are capping and they're productive, they stay. The statistics show that. They stay, I think it's close to 3 to 5 years longer than people that are new to the business. And that's in every market. Couple of things you're saying that I think are really important to point out. You talk about our one thing is growth. And before we talk about the team leader role, which I agree with, again, is the hardest and most important role in our system, I want to be clear that when we say the one thing is growth, it's not just adding agent count. We talk about that a lot because it's the first easy milestone to focus on. For many, many years, the United States focused on becoming #1 in agent count in the United States and then the world. And we are very much that status still. We're at about 170,000 agents, and our closest competitor is Remax at around 115, maybe 110 now. They've lost some, but that's not where we stop. Closed units and closed volume is usually where we go next. So exactly what he said is the one thing for an agent is to grow obviously their profit, but we start by measuring the GCI, the gross commission income. We need to look at our agent population in our market centers. And when we say your one thing is growth, that means we're coaching and supporting them and going and lead generating for buyers, sellers, and real estate investors. That's their one thing. And we're very clear on that all the way through Keller Williams material. For the market center owner and team leader, their focus is growth, and that means market share agents. And when we say market share, these are agents that have experience in listing and selling property and a track record that you can verify. Now, if you're only verifying that through the interviews, we know that might be your only option, but try to dig in deep, have your team leader do proper consulting so that you know you actually have a market share agent that's joining and that they're focusing on those appointments. We'll talk more about that in a second. But that's the growth. If you attract market share agents and then they engage in the training and the support to go lead generate and grow their business, that tells every other agent in the marketplace, wow, just like he said, they went to KW and their business grew. That's the growth story that your team leaders have to tell on social media every day. It's somebody just capped, or somebody just closed their first listing of the year, or somebody just closed a transaction during lockdown, during COVID. Whatever the story is, no matter how small, your team leader and your market center needs to be celebrating that growth story of your agents, because that's how you market this story to the other agents in the community. And then lastly, we have regions. Well, regions, one thing is growth as well. And that means you go out and you find OP candidates like Engin who actually get it and can learn and are learning based and will adapt these models or adopt these models and use them. That's everybody's one thing is growth. Regions find OPs, market center OPs find great team leaders, and they both together go get market share agents, and then the agents lead generate for consumers. That's the easiest way we can put all of this. And I love that you shared that again. So thank you for being here.
Thank you.
You know, I want to move to you, and this is the most important role in the system. I can't say that enough. I completely agree. The relationship between the team leader and OP is critical because the team leader job is an aspirational job. It should be a huge opportunity for you to grow into leadership, grow into market center ownership at some point, and go off in any pathway you want within the organization as it grows. Tell us about the way you think about the team leader role that you're actually doing and living every day.
Well, actually, as everyone said, it's the most critical role in the Keller Williams world. It first starts with getting to know the main philosophy and the vision of the company presents for. That was so critical for me mainly, and the only focus, the one thing is growth, that's for sure. So as a team leader, as a profit shareholder in the company, you should be totally sharing the same vision with the OP, with the investors, with the other shareholders. Otherwise, you cannot be successful. Firstly, you should be stating the vision together with your OP, and he now, Engin, is my friend at first. You should be loving your OP personally. I mean, what I mean is he's not a manager. He's not a boss for me. Of course, he is as is, but you should be planning the future with your OP. You should be thinking 100% the same way about your life, your lifestyle, and your business and your business objectives from the very beginning. So as a team leader, the only or the main and only thing is you should be a great aspirational leader in the market center. You should be touching each and every one, each and every agent as well. Whereas you should be also dealing with your ALC, of course, with your management team, with the market center stuff. You should be all over the place. Team leader role is so difficult on such ways, like you should be copying yourself anyhow. And one other thing is you should be a person of great capacity of endurance, because there are lots of things going on around you. You should be resilient, considerate, and powerful, and always be looking forward to the future, always be in progress, always be going forward.
The energy you bring into the market center really defines the value the market center is expressing to everyone in it. You don't solve everyone's problems. There's 200 agents. You can't possibly touch them all. But I think you're saying your energy needs to present a standard for the rest of the staff, as well as your ALC, about how you all as leaders present yourselves when you're in the market center. Is that fair to say?
Yes, yes, definitely. And it's very important to convey the vision of your market center to anybody in the market center, from the driver till the top 3 leaders as well. So every one of our agents have our vision in their hearts. We put a board in the entrance where we put our vision for 2020, for this year, and which is to be able to become the #1 market center across Europe in terms of agent counts, units, and volumes. So our competitor is Lisbon, our Portuguese
Love that.
colleague. So let me say hi to them here. Love you guys. We are just behind you. Anyway.
That's the best part about this company, is that your competitors are going to come after you, and they're going to say things. They're going to ignore you. Then when you start making waves, they're going to laugh at you and make fun of you. Then when you actually start impacting their business, they're going to fight you, and then eventually you win. That is the journey. And there is no, I think I'm quoting Gandhi, but it's very, very true. I've watched it happen. When we said we were getting to 50,000 and creating 5,000 millionaires, it was Keller Williams is a pyramid scheme, and it's a joke. And nobody says that now. It's just like they're experiencing, like they can't really argue against such a successful market share and agent count. And I'm hoping the levels of profitability they want to achieve. But you're exactly right. That is the journey you're going to go on. And eventually they're experiencing what I love for all of us to experience is you actually start competing against yourself and others within our organization. And that's where we're at. We watch what our competitors do, but we do not engage in social media arguments back and forth. They can say whatever they want. It's actually good advertising for us when they do. So don't let them distract you. No matter how much they say, don't let them pull you away from your focus, which is growth. Because the best answer to somebody who says you're a pyramid or you're a joke or you're not ever going to work is to go dominate the market through growth, through agents. And I think that's what you're doing. And now you're looking up going, well, I guess we're competing against the guys in Lisbon because we're in a different game. And that's what we're striving for, is to move so fast and so aggressive that your competitors, even if they change their split cap, can't keep up with you, because they don't understand how to grow and how to change their office manager or the sole broker who's by himself to all of a sudden grow the way this partnership can grow. That's the trick. They can change their split cap, but if they don't have this kind of dynamic partnership, they can't pivot fast enough to actually learn how to talk to people or set up this type of value that scales to 200. Sorry for so much time. I love the point you're making there. Who are the staff people, that you lean on the most as a team leader? We know this job is hard. It's a lot of work. How do you keep yourself from working 7 days a week, 24 hours a day? Who do you lean on? And I know it's a lot more than the normal 40-hour work week. I'm married to a team leader. I know this is true. What do you do? Who do you lean on in the market center to try to relieve some pressure off of yourself?
Actually, mainly Engin, not anyone else. He's my best friend in the market center, that's for sure. Actually, I can easily motivate myself. I'm like a self-burning engine. That's what my close friends and relatives told me about. This is a teamwork, as you know. I'm totally full, 24 hours, 7 days. If I never stop, it's gonna be full of work. I mean, my entire life, without any sleep, and so because there are lots of things can be done outside. Actually, mainly the market share agents and the teams, the offices. In accordance with your vision, there's a limitless potential outside there, but you should be managing your energy mainly. That's the critical point. While you are also elaborating much on your concentration on the work, the quality of the results. So there is always a business excellence that I am trying to focus on inside us, inside the market center. Of course, as a team, mainly MSA is a good friend of mine. Actually, with regards to retention, of course, each one of us are responsible for that. But the main thing in the way of increasing profitability is productivity, where we are in very close collaboration with our productivity coach. So we are in a very close relationship, in a very frequent communication, and where we are always sharing our problems, sharing the good things, sharing the things to celebrate. But what we are trying hard is, while we are working hard, we should be always playing hard as well.
Got to celebrate. In fact, at our regional leadership week, they said you should celebrate something every 30 days or less. If you go longer than 30 days without celebrating inside the market center with your staff and even your agents, you're really going to feel that energy lag. You've got to be celebrating, even in tough times like right now.
Definitely, definitely.
So you have an MCA and a productivity coach. How do you guys, who do you spend most of your time with among the agents? Do you spend most of your time with the ALC members and the top 20% agents? How do you divide it up?
Well, mainly ALC, of course. The ALC agents, the presidents of the committees, we are periodically meet with each other every week or twice a week, actually.
And how many people are on the ALC in a 200-person market center?
Now, in total, 20 people. 20. I mean, to be more precise, it's 18 people, actually.
Got it.
In 4 committees. And
so through growth, you've been able to actually build an ALC, and I'm assuming they get value because you've asked them, as you said, to be part of committees, to actually lead committees within the ALC. So there's 18 people, and those agents, without getting paid extra money, are choosing to lead committees within the group to do what? What kind of things do the committees do?
Actually, we have 4 committees, mainly based on career development and training, technology, growth, that's the foremost one, and culture. So we're running the market center with those 4 ALCs.
Excellent.
But I mean, after ALC, I spend most of the time with Engin and our productivity coach. Of course, MSA is my left hand, left arm, whereas my productivity coach is my right arm. And my head is fully loaded with Engin. That's, let me put it this way. And my heart is full with the love of growth.
I love that. What a great way to think about it. When you think about your market center administrator or MCA, how does that person show up and help you with retention? I mean, they see the numbers, they manage the finances. How do you avoid treating them like a bookkeeper or an accountant?
And the thing is, the main reason of our existence in our market center is increasing the profit. That's how we live there. I mean, that's the main reason of our working, of the way we work, or our business life. So we are always working hard to manage our costs mainly, while increasing our profit as much as we can. That's the main thing we are always focusing on across through our meetings and all our scheduled meetings, let me put it this way. I mean, so MCA's hard work is managing our profit share with me while we are all accountable to our OP in terms of reaching our profit objectives. This is our common objective in the end. So that's our main focus, and we're not dealing with bits and pieces. We are not spending that much time on the little things, but our main focus is to keep our track solely on our profit level.
Yeah. It doesn't mean, and you tell me if you agree, in our experience, all the other drama that can happen in a sales office, as we all have lived in real estate market centers or real estate brokerages in different companies or on our own that we've built, there's always drama or something going on that needs to be dealt with. We call them putting out fires, right? Everybody kind of understands that. It's not that you don't deal with those in the proper time, but it's not the first thing I think you talk about as a team. If you meet for 10 to 15 minutes a day, I don't think that's what you're talking about. It sounds like you're talking about the recruiting numbers, the leads that have been dealt with, the gross agent gain, the net agent gain, the daily company currency, these tools that we're about to show in this FSO manual that you called them the growth initiative tools or the growth model tools. I hear you saying you talk about those first, and then, you know, the rest of the day is whatever it needs to be. It's putting out fires and dealing with things, but you're making the most important things the priority. And then all the other stuff gets lesser attention, but it still gets done somehow, just not as perfectly as the thing that matters most, which is we have to talk about profit. Otherwise, why are we doing this? We're not doing all this work to get paid a salary. We're doing this to actually take home profit. And you, I hear, have a stake in that. So that is one way, as my wife as well said yesterday, that the team leader and the OP get on the same page as partners. It doesn't mean you own the market center, but that could be an opportunity you earn into. And you could certainly share in the profits if you're helping the OP achieve his or her goal, right? Would you agree with kind of the way that we see it?
Yeah, definitely. Actually, we have a very strong follow-up scheme in the market center. We're not reactive for the issues coming in front of us. We are always trying to be proactive in terms of getting getting to know and familiar with the probable issues that we will face. So we are always ready for any kind of disturbances, but anything can disturb us other than our objectives.
Love it. I see Edwin's got a question, so we'll take a question or two, and then I'd love to hear closing thoughts from you guys, and then we'll let you have your day back. Edwin, go ahead.
Yeah, I had a question for Engin. Based on your experience, would you start from day one with the team leader?
Yes, of course. Of course. It's actually after 2014, it's been a regulation in Keller Williams Turkey. You can never start without a team leader and an MCA and a core group of agents. So the company is very new in Turkey, actually, which is Keller Williams Turkey. The region is still trying to learn the models and systems. So we just started up, we just work on it, and we see that we cannot go on like this. Then we start changing the company to what it needs to be. Never start without a team leader, never.
Oh, no, I understand, but we were planning, I'm the OP, so I wanted to be the team leader as well in the beginning, because we're a very small group. Yeah, what would be your advice?
So what's the biggest?
Can I be
if he's going to be the OP and team leader in a small market, what would be your advice on maybe the risks of doing that?
Okay. What is the biggest real estate office? What's the population in the real estate office?
Remax, they have 12 agents.
12 agents.
Is it
So what are our plans to be? Around 50, 60 at the end of the day, maybe 3 years later?
For us?
Yeah.
No, I think 20 in 5 years.
25 probably you will be facing the same after 5 years. You will probably talk instead of me and say we will planning in 5 years to be like 2030, and probably we will be around 100 and 150. Yeah,
I hope
that's how.
It usually goes faster, especially if you implement the models like you did after you kind of experimented. You ended up going back to the models, is what you said, Ingen, right?
Yeah, I will always look around like this. If you have the team leader, which will grow you to 20 faster than that, or maybe probably take you to 30, 40, whatever. What can you do other than that when you're not the team leader and make someone to do the job very well? So I wouldn't look at it as a financials problem. I will look around it. What's the growth opportunity if we have the team leader? Where can we go faster or bigger? So it's like me. It always starts with the financials first. Then when you look around it and say, okay, we'll try ourselves and let's go on to the model, you will see something very different, I guess.
Thank you.
Yeah, I think we had the same conversation in Bermuda and a lot of areas where the market feels very limited. Obviously in Aruba, you guys probably have 150 to 200 active agents, maybe more, maybe less. Bermuda, I remember the story very well of 150 agents total that were active that the OP really felt comfortable going and pursuing. And so when you run a growth model, you're like, well, I'm going to talk to everybody and I already kind of know everybody. So how do I handle that? I would argue that you, like Ingen is saying, is really think about the OP and team leader role. What is the opportunity that the OP could be doing and focusing on while the team leader is having 2 or 3 consulting appointments every day, or at least 2 or 3 every couple of days? And again, that's not to go around the market and say, we are selling Keller Williams to everyone and offending everyone in the first 3 months. That conversation shouldn't really even mention Keller Williams. That team leader should be meeting with the top agents and be validated by you, the OP, Edwin, and saying, I have this awesome team leader. They wake up every day like Yenner, on fire for the world and on fire for agents, ready to talk about training and coaching to grow their business higher. And I would love for you to meet with her or him because they're really talented and they have a great track record of coaching agents, whatever your message is. The OP can then go focus on setting the vision, making sure profitability numbers are hit, holding the team leader accountable, maybe listing and selling real estate in the case of being a market center owner. That's certainly something OPs do. But the team leader is your engine that wakes up every day and runs this business for you. If you do both roles, you just have to ask yourself, who's going to hold you accountable? Because it's easy to let ourselves off the hook. And how are you going to focus on all the other things OPs probably need to think about as a business owner if you're doing recruiting appointments every day? And this all goes down to your profitability goal, like he said. How much profit do you need to get out of this business, and how big can you get? And can you build a fortress around that? Can you get to 20 agents faster than that timeline? But that's the journey you're going to go on as you explore that. And in small markets, I'd encourage you to talk to Albert and Debbie in Bermuda more about the team leader OP dynamic, because there's no right or wrong, but just pay attention to your time and leverage the models where you can. Great question. Any other questions before we let these guys get back to their business? Awesome. Last thoughts, Ingen and then Yenner, what are your last thoughts for our guests here? A lot of these folks are starting new regions and they're going to be teaching FSO. In some cases, we have market center owners who are learning this again or coming back for a second or third time. What would be your thoughts to them looking back now, having implemented this model and running a successful market center?
Yeah, I guess we're all very lucky people, because I've been in real estate for 17 years and I just came across with Keller Williams in my 11th, 12th year, and now I never heard of Keller Williams. So when I first joined my FSO in Family Reunion in 2013, I said, if 10 to 15% is true, what are they saying? So we'll become very huge and we make something very different in our market. So when I started working on it, it's like 100 and 120% it's true, and which is predictable if we work on it hard. So that's why we are lucky. So we don't have to invent or study or work around some models and systems which we think that are best suits for a job. Everything comes from international to our regions, regions to our offices. It's very easy, and it's very easy to implement things, I guess. We don't have to think anything around it. It's just, it has been done. It has been worked before. It has been proved. So it's a very ready meal, but a very good meal. So if you just study on it, you work hard on it, you'll get the bonuses and profits very easy. And you will have a huge family, like this family, and in your offices. I always think around that. In my 2 market centers, I have around 250 agents right now, 256 agents right now. And with their families and with their employments, we're just talking around 4,000 people right now with their families and everything. So when you study on something in our models, you will have such an influence of our community which we live and work in. That's the most prestigious and most valuable thing for me. So I wish everyone good luck. I'll just write my email into the chat. If they want to ask anything, if they want to say anything, I always will appreciate to answer the questions. We'll be happy.
Love that thought. Yeah.
Thank you so much, JP, inviting us. Yeah.
Turning off our creativity as entrepreneurs is the hardest part of all of this. And then as you put it, this is hard work. You're going to have to surround yourself with people who wake up excited to do this. If they don't like this job, it's going to be really hard to ask them to put so much energy into this. What are your final thoughts? And then we'll let you guys get back to your day.
Well, it's my second year in the real estate industry. And before that, I was doing so many other things for the 20 years. But the model and the system Keller Williams offers us is the best model that I have ever seen in my entire life in terms of earning money, which is very sustainable and drives with growth. So the only way of earning more and the most comes from growth, that's for sure. And my advice is to all my colleagues here, do not ever slow down your pace of growth, your sole focus on growth, and never slow down. Please keep always forward and go in progress, and utilize your market center team as always, as well as, of course, your ALC to support you and grow mainly with them and for their business mainly, because this company is by agents for agents. That's the main purpose, the main philosophy. So to grow, mainly focus on the market share agents and also offices and teams. These drives and triggers growth exponentially here inside and outside. So that will drive your happiness and earnings to up and high. That's my final thoughts.
Love it. Thank you guys both very much. Let's give them a round of applause. Thank you guys. Congratulations. Stay safe and keep up the great work. We look forward to seeing you guys again real soon.
Thank you.
All right, guys, we're going to switch gears a little bit and jump into our content from the actual manual. So please, if you want to follow along in the manual, pull that up. We're going to finish up chapter 3. There's just a few pages left, and I'll bring that up on your screens here. We're going to go through the actual tools. In fact, the tools that Engin and Yenner just talked about that they use to work every day. These accountability tools, these growth model tools. So let me share that on your screens now. You should see that. Sorry, one second. Let me reset here. Sorry, my PowerPoint just needs to be reset again to the new chapter. There you go. So we ended yesterday talking about this a little bit, these growth model tools. And in some cases, these are simple documents. In other cases, they're part of the online business intelligence and reporting system we call Front Door. We'll show you a little bit about that today. Cap management, the pipeline report, the trend tool, the language of real estate tool, and daily company dollar, also known as daily company currency, right? So you can change that obviously to reflect your local currency. Let's walk through these real briefly. Cap management. Now we know we run a split cap model where we split our money or the agent's money with us at the market center and the agent. And the money through that split that the agent pays us goes up to a cap. The idea of this model to be disruptive is to run a split cap. So the agent caps that larger portion they pay you, and then then that renews or resets to zero every 12 months on their anniversary date of joining you. So here's the truth. If your market center has an annual company currency cap and you care about recruiting and profitability, you need to embrace cap management. Well, what is cap management? So we've got our commission payment. You guys have seen this before. You have franchise fees, and franchise fees are made up of those three things. Growth share, which stays in your country, and you pay that out every 3 months to your associates as a thank you for helping them attract and refer in other talented agents who list and sell and close business in your market center. You also have the royalty to your region, or yet you're collecting as the region, if you're going to be the region, or in some cases, and then the third piece is KW royalty that goes to the company and the system for being in, okay? So we're all clear on that. Then what's left over is the amount you split between the agent and the market center. That's company currency, excuse me. Let me back up. That is what's capped right there. The market center ownership sets the cap because it's the market center owner's money. So Ingen should set the cap, not the KW Turkey region. KW Turkey region sets the, coaches on what the proper split cap for the country is. They set the royalty rate that they charge, but the market center decides what their cap is because market center caps need to change at least a little, potentially, based on the city where that market center is. The example we always use is Los Angeles, California, or Beverly Hills. The market center in that area of California has much more higher expenses. The sales price is much higher. The commission payout is much bigger for agents. So the cap is typically higher in that market center than say here in Austin, Texas, where it's about 21,000. In Beverly Hills, it's probably closer to 35 or so. Now there's no right or wrong there, but your market center owner knows their expenses, knows what the proper competitive cap might be, and should set that properly. The region should be coaching the market center in partnership on a proper cap. But again, this is about picking and selecting the right market center owner who's going to buy into this model and implement it. Because if that market center owner sets the cap too high and no one except the very top producer in that market center ever achieves the cap, they will never experience the growth that we heard about this morning. You just won't, because your cap's too high and one of your biggest value propositions is not something anybody ever experiences. Or if I work for 12 months and I hit the cap in month number 11 or month number 12, it's as good as not having a cap at all because it doesn't mean anything to me. I paid you my 40,000 or 50,000 euro or dollars and it didn't really give me any value. Hitting the cap quickly and experiencing a large portion of the rest of my anniversary year, keeping more of my own money as an agent is one of the key values that market center owners have to get. So pick your market center owners very carefully. And then this takes us back to what Ammon talked to us about yesterday when we started this chapter, and that is page 111. The OP attracts 5 top capping agents as investors. Those 5 cappers bring an additional 5. You've just launched a market center with 30 people. Now that's obviously easier to say than actually do, but if your one thing is growth, that means your region and you as a market center owner need to think about how are we going to lead generate for the right people to bring together to launch this business so that this has so much momentum we could get to 40, 50, 60, maybe 200 people depending on your goals and your market size. So this is the simple way to think about this. Cappers equal cash flow. In a split cap model, you have to switch your thinking from listings and transactions and all the other things that agents need to think about, and start thinking about how many caps do I have in my market center? How many people do I have that I know based on their experience and their production will consistently and continue to consistently cap in my market center? How many caps do I need? And basically that tells you what your total company currency is and allows you to have clarity around the revenue that you can primarily count on and the expenses that are fixed or pretty consistent in your market center. If you can get clarity on those two things, then you can set a very clear vision as the OP of the market center on what profit you expect to achieve. Now you simply do what Engen and Yenner do, which is talk about it to the team leader on a daily and weekly basis so they're clear on what the North Star is. Where are we headed? Yes, I know those two agents are fighting about a transaction right now, but we'll talk about that in a second. Let's talk about where we are towards our goal of the end of this year, having this much in profit. What are you doing in these particular ways to help us get there? That's where these tools come in to help you have that conversation in an efficient and effective way. And I love that those guys are only taking 10 to 15 minutes every day to check in. That's awesome. Okay, any questions on this right now? I'm gonna go through these a little bit quickly because as awarded regions, you're gonna hear more of this than you could ever want. April and our worldwide team are gonna train you in the launch process on how to use these tools, where they're located, how you engage in them. Obviously, for so many of our guests that aren't with KW yet, we're not gonna be sending these tools to you, but there'll be something we spend a lot of time on, because when everyone says follow the model, a big part of what they mean are these specific documents and tools. Are you actually opening them up, entering information in, and using it as a tool to have a very powerful conversation with your market center leadership team, okay? Cap management. So what does that mean? Cap management is basically a cash flow game plan. How are we gonna manage the cash flow that's coming into this business from these cappers? And it's a unique advantage because it gives you some value that you can deliver to top producing agents to attract them to your market center. So let's understand the plan for profitability we just talked about. Let's just use this as an example. A market center's monthly expenses is a pretty expensive market center, probably in California somewhere, has expenses of $43,000 a month. Their cap in that market center is $18,000. So on a 70-30 split, an agent over the course of their 12 months has to split their commission with the market center at 30%. When that 30% payment after enough transaction totals up to $18,000, the agent's keeping 100%. So that means out of that agent, the market center got $18,000, and that's all they're gonna get for those 12 months. They might've got it in a month, they might've got it in 6 months, but 18,000 is what they get, and they know they get it consistently from this particular agent. Okay, so that means if they have 43,000 in expenses, if they divide that by an $18,000 cap, they need 3 cappers who have essentially reset their date in that month, and they know their expenses would be covered. So a simple way to think about this is make the assumption that cappers cap in about a month. In this market center with these kind of expenses, it's a good assumption. That way they're conservative and they're saying, okay, I need to know I've got people who consistently cap. And if I have enough of them, even if they don't exactly cap in a month or it takes them 2 or 3 months, that doesn't really matter. The goal here is to stay simple and say, do I have enough people who produce at a high level consistently, we call them cappers, to cover my expenses? That's it. Cappers should cover your expenses. And your minimum standard in any market is to have enough cappers who have joined your market center to know you're going to cover your monthly expenses. That's why we have such high profitability in market centers around the United States. We used to brag about this a lot. It's in the 90 percentile. I don't know the exact amount, but it's been as high as 98, 99%. And the 1% is just launching market centers that are on their way to profitability. The reason for that is because market center owners were trained, if not hammered, by Keller Williams Realty International that you do not even get to submit an application until you have these cappers. The reason for that is because we did not want market center owners to take 2 years to get profitable. They should be profitable the first time they transmit. That's easier said than done. But if you just simply focus on, I have enough cappers and they're going to start closing production the second they're part of my market center because they're already doing it right now, then I'm going to be able to have enough cash flow to be profitable or at least break even when we transmit for the first time 90 days from now. Is that making sense? Just simplify this down to, do I have enough cappers to cover my expenses? That's the easy way to think about this. Okay, now we get into cap management. Now this document simply takes that concept and spreads it out on a timetable for your entire year from January to December. What's challenging about this document for us in worldwide is that your seasonality in every country is going to be slightly different than what you're seeing here, which is based on the United States. So the simple way to think about it is those white squares in the center of this spreadsheet are simply, they represent the high months of the summer selling and buying season in the United States. So you can see it kind of begins in March, it gets its highest in May, June, and July, and then it starts to go back down. The white boxes go down into August and September. That's because that's the time of year when everyone, no matter if you're a rookie or a top producer, is pretty much selling real estate at some level, and they're paying company currency pretty consistently. But January, February, and a little bit of March, as well as September, October, November, and December are really slow months for us in our country. Holidays, the winter, all of those things. We all understand that. So when you're using this document, the first thing you want to do is simply think about your own market and go, well, when are the slow months? And maybe you recolor the boxes to white that are the slower months for you. Then all the other areas that are yellow, that's just telling you, do I have enough cappers to cover my expenses in these slower months? And so the simple thing, without getting into this in too much detail, is an OP and a team leader using this tool and talking about the lead generation for top producing agents can simply have a conversation that says, is there an opportunity to cap manage this person when they join the market center? This person you're recruiting, Mr. Team Leader. Team leader and OP have a conversation, because if you're thoughtful about this, you can set that top producer's cap anniversary date to be in the month when you want them to reset to zero, so that as they close more production, they start paying their cap again. So let's say I'm a top producer and Lisette is the team leader, and Lisette recruits me to join the market center here in the month of June. Well, June's a really great month for her market center, and I'm a top producer. She doesn't really need my cap to reset to zero in June of next year like it would. She actually needs it to reset in September or maybe October, because she knows the market's going to be slower then. So with the OP's permission, she could choose to simply say, hey, Mr. OP or Mrs. OP, do I have your permission and buy-in to give JP a 3-month delay on his cap and have his anniversary date for the market center start in October, because I know that's when, you know, we really need his cap to reset. Now she can come to me with the OP's approval and say, hey, I know it's going to cost you money to change your signs and do all of that. Why don't we delay you paying company currency? You're still going to have to pay royalty, but you keep all the split for you until October. And at that point, your anniversary date starts and you'll start paying our $18,000 cap. Well, I'm going, that's great. That's a good deal for me. It's a good deal for me. And she cherry picked to use it with the OP's permission, because I'm such a great producer and an icon who can attract other people. But it's a win for the market center, because now in October of next year, when I stopped paying in October of 2020, they're going to need my money by October 2021. And in that month, I kick in, and now I'm closing again and paying company currency. That's $18,000 that's going to start coming in October, November, December, when she and the market center owner need it. Does that make sense? Trying to simplify down, that's the use case for this. How you sit down and have a conversation with it, the way you use the spreadsheet gets into more detail than we need, but that's the basic thought process. You are not doing this for every top producer you have, but cap management used strategically can help the market center owner and the team leader work together to make sure your financial profitability feels more stable throughout the year, rather than doing what we know real estate offices do, which is this constant up and down based on the way your top producers are performing. Cap management and growth allows you to have a market center that's more stable And I wish I'd asked Engin, but I guarantee when COVID hit, he was a lot happier to have 200 agents than to have 50 agents and be worried about whether he has to shut the doors. This is about maximizing profitability and creating stability in your real estate office. This is what growth allows you to do if you're purposeful about it. Pipeline report. This is very simple. This is the number one thing OPs and team leaders should start with and be talking about and never stop. It's simply a tool for the OP to coach the team leader to the goals that drive towards profitability. It's the team leader who should use this to focus on who they should be in contact with, who they should be working on as a recruiting pipeline. And it helps the MCA provide each new agent with a seamless transition, because you can also turn this document over to the MCA so that that person knows who's about to come on board, so they can prepare or have the director of first impressions prepare an onboarding process for that agent to join and make that entire experience as easy as possible for the agent. This is what the pipeline report looks like. It's literally a spreadsheet, guys. This is how simple these tools are. It's the OP purposely sitting down and doing the boring activity of saying, we're going to talk about this again. How are you doing? How can I support you? How long are these people going to stay on this pipeline report? And there's a whole set of questions in our training about how an OP and team leader have that conversation, but it's very simple. Rate them on a scale of 1 to 10 based on when they're likely to join. Rank them based on their cap, the date you had the appointment, what your next step is. This is how simple accountability can be. And it's so easy to skip this because it seems unnecessary, maybe even childish. But if you as an OP set this expectation that the team leader is not a salary job you just get, the team leader is a performance-based role. If you don't actually show up doing the activities, then you should be let go within 30 days. And if you set the expectations properly with your team leaders, they should know from day one without any argument, oh, okay, this job just means I have to do this and I have to be accountable and show up like any salesperson, but I have the security of at least a base salary and this OP who's going to coach me and hold me accountable. That's great. Top salespeople who don't want to list and sell anymore sometimes love the team leader role because it means getting into leadership, just like we heard Jen talk about. This tool has to be used, or else you're just having interesting conversations with your team leader or getting into the drama of agent arguments or transactions that are problematic or whatever it is in that moment in time. This is the first thing you talk about, and then all the drama and other fires to put out come after that. Any questions on that so far? Okay. The trend tool. This is where we look into the past and celebrate the value and the growth that we're delivering for our people. And then we also look into the future to see what the future business is going to look like. So we call those lagging indicators and leading indicators. The trend tool isn't a simple spreadsheet. It's an actual system inside our system of record called Front Door that you can download every month. It gets created based on your monthly transmittal. And of course, we have these numbers all the way up to worldwide and including the United States and Canada. And it simply gives you perspective on how your business did and where it's headed over the next 90 to 120 days. It's also a focus on your growth in market share. Again, finding out where your competitors are is tough sometimes based on what data is available, but you can absolutely compare yourself against how you did last month, last quarter, last year, and of course, month to month as you go throughout the year. It's also a focus on the opportunity of where you're struggling, where you need to put extra energy and time based on the health of your market center. And of course, we have this for the region as well. You can't read this very well, but I'll show you an example in just a second. Some key numbers that you'll see on here, and there's about 2 dozen different metrics. The first one we look at is for the market center is total agent count. For total recruiting appointments, the team leader has gone on for that month. Market share recruiting appointments. Within the total number of appointments, how many of those appointments were with agents who actually had some production? Now, these are self-reported numbers, but the numbers that follow, like gross agent gain, the agents that joined, net agent gain, the agents that stayed minus the agents that left, if those are positive, you know those appointments are real. If they're negative and they stay negative, you have to start investigating, well, are these appointments even real? Because we're not really adding anybody. So where's the challenge? And then beyond that, you get into closed units, closed volume, and all the normal language of real estate metrics that agents and you as business owners want to talk about. I'll show a quick example of that and then Ben is going to come on in a little bit and talk about technology at a deeper level. but I wanted to share just an example of what this multi-year trend report looks like in real life. And we'll use Jamaica as an example. And we can't show everything because Rory and his business is unique to him, and I want to be respectful of his numbers. But can you guys see that on my screen? This is our command system, and Front Door is our system of record inside that platform. You can see I've selected Jamaica, and if you look at all, he's a single market center region, so there's only one market center in that entire region. But so he's got the one office, and that's been consistent since 2017, so about 3 years now. He's not going to add any market centers, but if we look down at associate count, you can see in 2017 he started with 10 agents, right, in his own independent brokerage. He became Keller Williams and quickly grew the following year to 45. Following year after that, he grew to 84. And the following year after that, now in 2020, he was at 129. As of May, even despite COVID, he's grown to 137 agents in that market center. He's gotten so big that now he opened a business center, which is just an additional office space on the other side of the island in Montego Bay, because he had agents over there working virtually who wanted, you know, a copier and internet and an office to meet with clients. So eventually, when he had enough of those agents, he promised them he'd open up a space because he knew that that additional income could help him cover the cost of an additional small, very small lease on the other side of the island. So that's a very strong market center that followed the models, implemented, and grew dramatically. I can guarantee you, as an OP, his life is a lot different now with 137 agent than it was when he was the rainmaker of that independent team with 10 agents. As Bill likes to say, he spends a lot of time barbecuing on the beach. And I don't mean to say he's not working hard at his business. He is, but you got to understand he's built people around him who have found opportunity inside his market center that can take on other things that he used to do all by himself.
JP,
So,
would you mind if I just said a word right now, just on that topic? Not on the barbecuing, but on.
Go ahead.
So there's a couple of things that have happened this morning that I want everybody to really take notice of and focus on. And the first is we learn from our people around the world. So the interesting thing is that we're all sitting here and we're listening to two men from Turkey talk about their experiences of opening one and then a second market center. Do you remember at the beginning of this talk, what I said was, nobody is different. Take a look at all the faces and the names here, but we all have the same wants, dreams, and desires. And quite frankly, estate agents, real estate people around the world have very, very similar behavior patterns. So we learn from each other. I expect 1 or 2 or 3 years from now, as this call continues, you'll be the wily veterans giving the new people advice. That's what's going to happen in our system. But in this case, what I've heard is a couple of things, and I want to focus in on what JP put up on the multi-year trends. JP, can you go one slide back to Rory's multi-year trends for a moment?
You bet.
So the reason why I want to talk about this is each one of us wants to emerge and come into Keller Williams, open a market center, have agents, have our own production, live our life, and grow our business. Nobody ever starts a business and says, I want to get smaller. We all want to have goals and dreams. There's been conversation and questions, how do we do that? Well, utilizing the systems, models, and tools, and some of that is self-policing for you. You have to have the diligence to do the work. It's very, very easy, because we're all real estate people, to go on a showing of a property or get a listing, because we know if we do that, we'll get a commission. And one of the reasons why Keller Williams has set up a market center with an OP, a team leader, and an MCA and agents is for everybody to do their job. So when you say, I'm going to be a really good agent, and then I'm going to recruit, and then I'm going to put the paper in the photocopy machine, and then I'm going to do the books at night, that's called a RE/MAX office. That's called a Century 21 office. That is an office that's central to the broker owner, and agents can come and go, and it doesn't matter. When I take a look at RE/MAX websites, the first thing you'll see is property for sale, the name of the broker owner, and then somewhere at the bottom of the website, it'll say, here's our agents. And you have to look for it and search for it. Before that, it features the name of the person who owns the office, the properties for sale, and if that phone call comes in, it goes to the owner. What we want is we want to reverse that. And what can you do to feature 5, 10, 15, 20, 25 agents? And if you've got, let's just say 25 agents, and they do 20 transactions a year, what's 25 times 20? That's more business than you can ever do. What you want to do is you want to create a business that's sustainable and manage that. And the second part of that is that every one of us says, well, in 5 years, I want to have a business that looks like this. Well, what happens if you can get there in 1 year by dedicating people to that task? So in the multi-year trends, you can see it took Rory 2, 3, or 4 months to figure it out, even though he'd been in the business many years. It takes a time for adjustment and to take a look at what Keller Williams offers and able to utilize the tools. And then all of a sudden, he was off to the races. And I'm not making fun of him. I'm congratulating him because he's mastered what all of us would love to do. In a very short period of time, he went from one of the real estate offices in Jamaica with 10 agents, and there were 30 real estate offices, 20 real estate offices, 10, whatever that number was, that were all the same as him, to over 100 in a very short period of time. So when JP says, is his life very different? His life now is so different that, quite frankly, if somebody calls him for a listing on the beach, he'll go take a look at it, but he'll include that in his fishing trip and take his children with him, and it'll be a very expensive property because he's got 160 agents that can do that, and he doesn't need to worry about the open house on Sunday or the listing. He needs to worry about 160 people taking care of them and encouraging them to do business. Because you know what? They're not going anywhere else. They're on the island. So
Yeah,
think
I
about
love
that transition. I'm not speaking to anybody in particular, Edwin, but I am saying when you say you're going to do 1 or 2 or 3 jobs yourself, you have to decide, am I going to be a really good husband? Am I going to be a really good father? Am I going to be a really good policeman? Am I going to be a really good team leader? Am I going to be a really good agent? Am I going to be the OP of an office? Am I going to, you get what I'm saying? Is at what point in time do you max out?
I get it. I talked to Albert about that.
Remember, I wasn't talking specifically to you.
No.
Don't pick on my candidates, Bill.
I'm sorry. But you understand the passion of what I'm saying, and I'm speaking to you as a dad. It's 3 days after Father's Day. Every single day of my life, and I say this to Lisette, I say this to JP, to Ammon, to all of my team, every one of my OPs, every single person I talk to. Spend more time with your children. Spend more time with your family. I built a business for Remax that was 98 countries, 127,000 agents. I made millions of dollars for people, and I missed my son's graduation. Don't do that. When I say about Rory, go and spend time playing soccer with his son, I absolutely talk to him every Sunday with tears in my eyes saying, I wish I would have done that. That's my best advice to you is create a business that's worth owning so that you can do the things that you want to do, that you don't have to do the things that you have to do. And if you want a business of 10 people or 20 people or 40 people or 100 people, whatever business you want, get there as fast as possible and put the proper people in place. Let me give you the last example and then I'll get out. I think I'm the best presenter. I think I'm the best leader. I'm the person who could create business. And then all of a sudden I get to Keller Williams and I'm taught systems and models. I'm taught the patience of life story and future self. I'm taught the systems and models of how to do things, and I meet JP Lewis. And my life changes because JP Lewis does more, creates more, is better, is more reliable than I could ever command or find anybody like that. And then JP Lewis goes and finds Lisette. I can't do all those things. What I used to do is I tried to do them all by myself. So I tell stories about the old days when I was by myself and I used to travel 160,000 miles a year, or I used to go and work 7 days a week, or I used to do something, and JP sits there and says, okay, on Monday, Tuesday, Wednesday, Thursday, Friday, these are the things that we're doing. Today we have 3 calls that are going on. JP's doing one, other people in our team are doing something else. His organization of a team is exactly what you need. And what I'm saying is find and locate the correct people and put them and give them responsibility. And that skill is very hard because all of us say to ourselves, I can do it better than anybody else. So the one thing to learn in this, listen to the people in Turkey. Team leader says, my best friend is Engin. Engin says, I hold him responsible. So think about that relationship. They challenge each other, and over the last 2 years, both of them have gotten better. So what I'm saying is, don't put that responsibility on your own shoulders. And I'm saying this to everybody. I was only kidding before when I was talking to you, Edwin, a little bit. But understand what I'm saying is utilize the systems and the models and the support that's there, find the right people in position, and give them a responsibility. And then the last thing to say is, the first time in my whole life, I found a company that teaches you to fail. Fail forward. Do you think as a man I wanted to admit that I'm a failure, that I did something wrong? None of us will admit that. None of us. As a husband, as a father, as a businessman, I was never going to say I did anything wrong, ever. I get to Keller Williams, and Gary Keller says, you know what? Fail forward. Fail more often. Fail more frequently. Don't be afraid to fail. I always thought if I fail, people will make fun of me. I'll think poorly of myself. Here, I get an entire team that says to me, Bill, keep going, keep pushing us. Let's try this, let's try this, let's try this. And then I turn to my team and they come to us in our stand up every morning at 9:30 and we talk about these things. And I hear now 9 people saying, I'm going to do this, I'm going to do this, I'm going to do this. And if you wrote down all the things they're doing and all the things that they're successful at, they do 30 things and they have a misstep for one thing, but they learn from that and then they do 35 things. So when we talk about the abilities that you learn and engage in Keller Williams, it's not just the paperwork, it's not just the course, it's the attitude to do things differently. And so learn from this part. You know, my best example that I can give you of sourcing, selecting, and letting people continue with what they're doing is Leslie Grimm. Can everybody see Leslie on this call? We met Leslie, we interviewed her, and we hired her, and she gave 2 weeks notice to her job, and she was going to start with Keller Williams Worldwide. And what happens in the middle? COVID hits. We've never seen Leslie in person since she started with our company. Think about that. She runs our business. She controls my life. She supports all of these calls. She's there for all of us 7 days a week. I talk to her on the weekend. She's there for all of us. She does a perfect job. She does her job better than anybody that we could ever imagine. And she takes that responsibility. And we've never met her since we hired her. Think about that.
One day, one day.
Yeah, one day.
Someday, I think she's actually either this big or she's like 7 feet tall. I have no idea. We have no idea if she's a real person. She could be just one of those images. I have no idea. But it's the most unusual thing on the planet is that you can't say, well, I need to be there. I need to give her direction. I need to do all those. The answer is she has a support team. We adopted her immediately. She was hired because she has to do things. If she didn't do those things, then we would have absolutely made a change or let her fail forward. And she did that. And now she's become such an integral part of our team. She's the one that keeps us together and does her job better than anybody I've seen in 26 years. So don't be afraid to make those changes, and you're investing in people. The reason why I'm so passionate about this is it takes you from being E to P, from entrepreneurial to purposeful. It takes you from being the center person to allowing other people to do things. And if you have goals that you want in 5 years, think about those intervening 4 years if you got there in 1 year. That was my lesson. Every time I talk about something with Gary Keller, he says to me, when are you planning to do that? And I say, well, I want to get to 50 regions and I want to do this, and I want to do this, and I want to do this. And he says, and JP's there every month when he says this, why haven't you started working on that already? Why wait 5 years to do that? Why wait 3 years? Do it now. I said, Gary, we've grown to 45 regions in 5 years. That's pretty good. He goes, yeah, really? Okay. He's a tough taskmaster. But the second part of that is, and JP, answer this for me. Has he ever given us an order on what to do at KW?
Never. I mean, it's our choice. It's always our choice because he ain't going to do it. And he said that so clearly before you joined Keller Williams. He said, if I have to travel around the world for Keller Williams to go there, we ain't going there, because he understood the point of leverage. There's somebody better than him to do that, and he found you.
So he has to be disciplined. His job is to be the founder and the CEO of the company. So he does his calls, and the man works 7 days a week. I got to tell you, it's unbelievable to me. He's on a call all day today with 7 different people. He does his job. But if I call him and say, I'd like you to come on a call that we're having with people who are looking at joining Keller Williams on a Zoom call on Tuesday morning, he would say, that's not my job. That's your job. Because that's not his job. As a matter of fact, it's not even my job. It's JP's job. And it's not even JP's job. That's Lizette's job. And in the future, one of the things that I said this morning to JP is, what are we going to do as we go forward? And all of a sudden, the team member that we hired in February will be running these calls in 1 or 2 years. That's the expectation we have. So I'm sorry to intervene, but I was listening to people's conversations. I'm listening to these guys in Turkey. When I met them a couple of years ago, they were all very tentative. It can't be done in Turkey. You can't have offices that size. You can't do this. You can't do this. And all of a sudden, I sent them a message and I laughed. I said, all of a sudden you went from those little scared boys in Turkey to masters in teaching other people. And Engin sent me a message back and he goes, hey, don't tell the truth. Tell the people what we're saying is, we've grown this business because we failed 20 times, but we succeeded 5 times. And that triggered me to say, don't be afraid. Have the confidence to go forward and do things. And you will have people who will surround you to help you. You will not be alone. Sorry about that, JP. Thanks for letting me say a few words.
No, thank you so much, Bill. It's my biggest frustration with FSO and all our training is that underneath all of this, and probably some of the concerns you guys have is, well, how do I do all of this? This sounds like a lot. It's actually meant to be extremely simple because success is simple. The key is who you surround yourself with. When we say you're launching a people development company, it's everything Bill just described. You have to shift your mindset, not to what am I going to do and how am I going to do it, but who am I going to do that with? Or better yet, who's going to end up doing that and taking on that opportunity, and how am I going to let them own it and succeed or fail with it? So career visioning, that course, is the #1 thing everyone in any position in Keller Williams needs to take. And then once you've hired that right talent, you give them team leader fundamentals, or maybe the ALC clinic, or whatever their role calls for. But CV is one of the biggest, most important things. And the underlying piece of all of this is it's scary. We know it's scary to turn over responsibility and not be the person who does it all. I still struggle with it. Lisette can tell you, I hate that I can't be on those calls with her. Not because I don't trust her, because I love doing it and I want her to succeed so badly. But if I get in her way, or Bill got in my way, you repel talent. You absolutely send them away from you and you will not be able to retain them. So as you come on board with Keller Williams, we're going to encourage you, and we put on career visioning for you, because who you attract into your business is everything about all of these systems we're talking about. It now becomes a people issue, not a business or a marketplace issue. So with that, we're going to switch gears and bring on a very special guest, another really talented person that Bill brought onto this team that has allowed us to really make leaps forward in technology. We're going to switch gears a little bit just to catch up, because we'll only have him for about 20 minutes before he's got to run off and keep our technology roadmap moving forward. Ben, can you hear us okay? Are you on the call still?
Yeah, I'm here. Yeah.
Okay, Ben. Ben Elvira is our labs manager for KW Worldwide, and he and I are going to run through some slides that take us into chapter 4. So if you need to jump ahead just to track, this is more offline than in the manual, but you can look at those pages if they're helpful around page 157. We're jumping into the productivity piece a little bit just to make the best use of Ben's time, because we have in our wall of value this concept of marketing and technology. And then after we get through these slides, we'll take a break, and then we'll finish out those last 2 pages of chapter 3. And then we're going to really talk about the big meat of chapter 4, and that is our training. That's a big part of the value we all need to deliver. So when it comes to marketing and technology, and Ben, you chime in, and then I'm going to turn it over to you to speak better than I can about our technology. But when it comes to marketing and technology, we want to start with an overall perspective that regions, which many of you are on this call, are regions, or you're a candidate for a region, your focus in your marketing and technology delivery is to your franchisees. Your goal is to attract franchisees who are going to be awarded territory. Those franchisees need to attract agents, and then those agents need to attract consumers. And we're your partner in this, but there's also, as a worldwide region, some responsibility and opportunity you have to select marketing, or especially technology, that's local and that resonates and delivers value to your agents, so that they can go attract consumers. So Ben will get into that in just a second. You have some really great tools at your advantage, and you do have the right to work with our publishing division at Keller Williams to translate, localize, and translate these if necessary to deliver and sell to your own agent or recruits. This is not meant for you to become a publisher online, but you can use these tools to attract people to build your business, and they have a licensing agreement that they can talk to you about. But these are very, very powerful tools in any market, especially the Millionaire Real Estate Agent and the One Thing on the far right. That is a business building book that could be used in any industry, but it's really, really great for our real estate agents especially. Okay, there are all sorts of marketing tools, and we have a marketing communications team that will work with our team if you need any support or help finding these materials on our system. But there's a Market Center branding packet, there's recruiting library and templates. These are all materials that are literally plug and play. If you happen to be an English speaking market, you can localize it a little bit and deliver it. If you're not and you need to translate it, you'll have design files that are editable, and you can go in and literally change and adapt them to your marketplace. The region's responsibility is to do this. Market centers should be receiving those already translated materials directly from the region. We do not deliver them to your market centers from worldwide, because they're not our franchisee. They are the region's franchisee. And of course, there's usually language barriers. The agents have some powerful tools built into the MRE book, the 8x8, the 33 touch, the 12 direct. As you start reading that book, you'll start to understand those concepts, and you'll see them woven into the marketing and technology that Keller Williams built. There are presentation tools for agents built in this library. Again, we leverage the region to provide more localized tools that are appropriate for that market, that resonate with consumers in that particular area, because it's different all around the world. But we do have some templates available that help the agents market themselves. We also had a preferred provider that helps agents market listings, and you can engage with that vendor. Ben will talk more about that in a second. And of course, we encourage not only that vendor, but all tools that you're using and the ones we deliver to follow proven strategies built in the Millionaire Real Estate Agent models. For example, we talked about generating leads is the #1 thing. Well, leads are supposed to lead to appointments. Appointments win new business. We expect agents to service their clients, close transactions, and focus on their database and their lead generation systems to get repeat and referral business. Sounds pretty obvious, but as you read that book, you'll see that this is the one book in the industry that actually unpacks how an agent can do that systematically. We as market centers need to understand this material, teach it, and then simply provide tools that help support the agents going and implementing that. Okay, Ben, I'm going to turn it over to you about this stage, and we kind of have this concept of how agents take marketing and marketing assets and then start delivering it through technology. I'd like, if you're comfortable, to turn it over to you, and then you can take us not only through this, but also Keller Williams' platform that we're building right now.
Yeah, thanks, JP. And thanks for having me on the call. One of the things that I want to start off with is what Bill and JP kind of finished that last section on, which really resonates with what we're doing here at Keller Williams in regards to technology. and that is being able to provide the necessary tools for your agents so that you can act as consultants to them, and you're not there doing the job for the agent, right? You're allowing the technology that is either being provided through a third party or by Keller Williams to do that work for them. So that's where the value comes in regards to tech. So I want to start off with that because, as JP just highlighted, and you can see in that top left-hand corner of, right-hand corner of the screen, we're going to talk about the vision and what we're doing at Keller Williams to provide the necessary tools to enhance the agent's experience in being able to provide top quality the top quality ability to do things like lead generate. So I'm going to talk about it from the perspective of Keller Williams, but this isn't, I'm agnostic to the technology that you guys use in a general basis. You could be using third-party systems. You could be using vendors that we introduce to you. But I'm going to be talking about this from the perspective of Keller Williams and the technology that we're developing in-house for our agents in the US, and then internationalizing for our agents around the world. So generating leads, there are a plethora of tools that we are developing right now in Keller Williams, and those tools are things like campaigns, where you're going to be able to, as an agent, set up a campaign, whether it be a paid ad or a post that you would run on a social media channel, to provide clarity and consumer visuals about listings. Those listings are going to be able to provide listing ads are going to be able to provide you direct leads into the Keller Williams platform, and that platform is called Command. So all of those things are tied together. Now, we understand that you need a complete agent platform, and that's going to take you from being able to capture a lead to turning that into a contact, all the way through to being able to close as business. And we'll talk a little bit about how that works step by step. So again, I've mentioned a little bit about campaigns and being able to run a paid ad to be able to capture those leads through a Facebook channel. Right now, we're seeing leads cost as little to $1 to $2 US. So this is something that you as a region or market center are going to be helping to train your agents in how to use. You're not going to be running campaigns for them. You're going to be training them how to, and consulting them on how to run their own campaigns, so that those agents are in charge of their businesses, so that you guys can focus on the growth of your market centers and the growth of your regions. We do that through the growth of the region by expanding to more market centers, and you do that by being at the market center level, by being able to focus on bringing in new talent. And so by being able to provide the tools and the training necessary, your agents can be able to focus on their jobs so that you're going to be able to focus on yours. JP, do you want to go on to that next slide for me? This is a super important part of the process, and this is getting appointments. So we talked a little bit about being able to capture those leads and the tools necessary to do that, but getting the appointment is arguably even more, and that is going to be focused around the contact database. That contact database is going to allow you to take a lead, someone that you haven't met, someone that you've had little to no interaction with, because they are showing interest in what you are presenting out into the atmosphere, whether that be on Facebook or through email campaigns or through letters that you send through direct mail. Once you capture those leads, you're going to need to be able to start compiling that information. Essentially, you're going to be needing things like their first and last name of the lead, email addresses, and phone numbers. Once you have that kind of information, it's then on the agent to manage that lead and turn that into a contact through having what we call a MET experience. That could be a phone call, that could be a series of emails going back and forth, or that could be an in-person meeting. Once you have done that, once you've you've implemented that Met experience, you're going to be then working on those contacts to go from a cold contact all the way to a warm contact or a hot contact. And those are people that you are going to see through the whole buyer's experience, from when they first show interest in buying a home to the point where you help them purchase a home, to the point where in 5 years' time, when their family have expanded, you're going to want to help them again go through that home purchase or sale process. So by being able to interact with those contacts is so important. So again, the technology that we're providing and working on and internationalizing at Keller Williams is going to help you in that. JP, do you want to move on to the next slide? This is an awesome feature that we're working on, but again, many of the technologies all have this being built into them right now, which is what we call the sales pipeline, or your opportunities pipeline, allowing you guys to focus in on where you are at in the process of dealing with each one of your contacts, tracking where you are at in regards to how many times you've met with them, what kind of information you've shared with your contact, all the way through to closing that deal, being able to track your potential income and your projected income based off of each one of those potential deals. So again, that is super important. Now, whether or not you use that inside of the command process, or you're tracking that in an Excel spreadsheet, it's hyper important that your agents know their numbers and are tracking that. It's your job at the market center level and the region level to be able to provide that level of coaching and training so that the agents are prepared to do that. Again, you're not going to be tracking that information for them. You're going to be teaching your agents to do that. That's part of their job, not your job to do that for them. JP, do you want to move on to the next one? Servicing clients is so important during the whole home buyers process, or even after that home buyers process. Again, I mentioned, we see on average in the US somewhere between 5 to 10 years between a home purchase and then the next time that a client of yours is going to go and buy their second home and upgrade, right? So in that whole process of 5 to 10 years, you're going to be touching those contacts that you are managing in your CRM. But part of that is also then providing service to the clients. It's providing them updates on a monthly basis on what their home value is, what kind of services or what kind of information is available to them about their neighborhood or where they live in their local area, things like schooling information. All of that needs to be done, and all of that is a lot of work. So being able to provide our agents at Keller Williams technology that helps them do that in an easy and quick manner has been so important. So we have actually built and provided applets like Designs. Designs is very similar to a lot of the tools that you would see on the internet, like Canva, which is a global tool that we know many people use, allowing you to create simple designs based off of templates that our marketing team have put together and know that work and are successful, so that your agents, regardless of what country they're in, can go in and edit them, change the language, change the information, the images, so that they can provide quality content to their clients on a regular basis. Next slide, please, JP. All that being said, what is also super important is being able to take track of the numbers and understand how our businesses are running. We're really proud in the worldwide team to be able to provide essentially the first piece of technology that Keller Williams ever really developed in-house with its own team of engineers, and that is Front Door. Front Door is an awesome tool that we have been developing over the last 5 years, And within the end of 2019, beginning of 2020, we actually integrated into our overall platform. And that has been a super exciting process for us. That allows us to track each individual agent's transactions and then actually keep track and monitor the commissions and payments to the agent. We can do that for residential, commercial, leases, or just the regular residential home. So again, that is allowing us to be able to see all of the, or allowing you guys, more importantly, to be able to see your numbers from the agent to the market center level, and then regions will be able to see all of those numbers. Now, the awesome thing about that is each one of those transactions entered then gets compiled monthly into reports, broken down into lots of different key indicators, all the way through to the amount of agents that you have, the amount of agents that you've netted or lost at the market center level, all the way down to through to the commission and the income and the revenue that you're making in your businesses as well. So again, super important.
Yeah.
JP, do you want to slide on?
I want to add something, if you don't mind. This particular area, like Ben said, is the first technology that Keller Williams really built, and I'm proud to say Kiddie Worldwide actually built it, thanks to our regions that led the way, because we do all of this with the input of our agents and our associates. That's why we call it labs, because we literally do labs together for them to tell us how to build this. So we built this system of record. The reason it's so important, and I want to pause here, is this is the system that you're looking at, these particular pages inside where we track transactions. This is our system of record. And every region that joins Keller Williams is mandated to use this on a monthly basis by transmitting data up to the system. And this is what literally puts us all in the same global family. Every market center in the world transmits at the same time, roughly at the end of each month. That way we can respect the integrity of the profit share and growth share system, which puts us all inside one growth share and profit share tree. That's how people get paid out on time for the money that they are deserved from referring in talented agents who've closed some of these transactions. When you've been running that system for 36 years, everyone transmitting on time matters a lot. And that's why we started here, so that you could have the multi-year trends report we looked at earlier and all those other key indicators that Ben talked about. This is how we run our market centers and our regions. Everything else leading up to this is a bit more negotiable. We're building out and internationalizing this command platform that the United States is starting to enjoy. And some of those are really coming along, where they're going to be translatable and things like that. But if you choose to use different tools for your agents to market to consumers, that's okay. And we want to understand that's the dynamic we're in 2020, is you might use local solutions to deliver consumer messages in Keller Williams marketing or the agent's marketing to consumers. But this, in terms of how we close transactions and how we report our data and the way we talk about managing our market centers and regions, is non-negotiable. To be in Keller Williams means you're in this particular system when we get to the transaction and business intelligence. So thanks, Ben, for letting me pause there for a second.
Yeah, to that point, it's not only going to give you the indicator on the reporting of your business, which is hyper important, but it's also going to allow you to understand what goes out into things like growth share for your regions as well, right? So that's why it's super important that we require you guys to use that one part of our technology over anything else. And like JP said, that's like a non-negotiable. We also have what is called our user management application. This is called UMA for short. And this essentially allows us to keep track of all of our organizations and people inside our systems. That's what populates all of the information that we see in things like Front Door and also now in Command. So again, this allows you to be able to set up your market centers and keep track of who are agents that have joined and who are agents that are leaving. and all of their personal information as well. So we track all of that information, and we have that single point of entry for you without using, I guess as well, this is also something that we require you to use. But this allows us to track all of that information as well.
Yeah,
Jimmy,
both
if you want
Front Door and UMA are translatable into your language, and your MCAs will be the ones you give UMA to. You just hand it to them and say, this is how you manage all the agents in the Keller Williams system, and they'll run that for you.
Yeah, correct. If you want to move on to the referrals page for me, JP, awesome. So in joining Keller Williams, you now become part of this agent ecosystem of, like, let's just say 150 to 160,000 agents worldwide right now, right? And so that allows you to then be part of this awesome referral network where you can invite people to join you in actually like a real network that you can manage, that you can ask people to join just as you would on Facebook with your Facebook friends, and then actually have the opportunity to send potential business to each other, regardless of where you live in the world. So I could send potential business to an agent on the north side of Austin, or I could send potential business to someone that lives in South Africa. So regardless of where I am, you now have the ability to have that kind level of interaction with agents inside of Keller Williams. You truly end up becoming part of that Keller Williams family that you hear so much about. Not only do you have that ability, but you have the ability to see the production levels of those agents so that you know who you're getting into business with. It's not just basically, you know, I like the look of a certain agent because they have nice hair and they look snappy in their photo. You really know that the level of production that that agent is involved with, so that you know that you're getting in, that you're going to be doing business with someone who has a lot of experience and talent as an agent. So that's also a key functionality that we've been developing. If you want to move on to the next slide, JP, talk a little bit about the resources that are available to you. So specifically in the worldwide team, a part of the job of many of us is to make sure that we're compiling all the information that is going to be relevant to you. That could be information produced by our Keller Williams University team, or specific teams inside of Keller Williams, like our tech team. So it's our job to bring that to you. We have a Google Drive system that each one of you will have access to, and when you join, or if you've already joined, you'll be in the process of setting that up. We also have many different resource sites available to you as well, where you'll find a lot of the training content available to you for translation purposes, so that you can provide that to your agents, as well as things like how-to videos and the most up-to-date information on technology and training content. JP, do you want to add anything to that one?
Sorry, let me back up. Yeah, we're going to talk about this in a second. We love our names, so we have another front name. It's called Front Page. We have Front Door, how you manage your business, and then Front Page is all the content and tools and systems that are translatable that you're going to need as a region. Your market centers do not need access to Front Page. They're not going to be getting that directly from us. That's the region works with us, and we'll show you that more in a little bit, but that's where all the resources are. So we have one home where you can go and get all those materials. We update it daily. And then you have Front Door, which you should be using, your MCA should be using to run your businesses. And each month is, if you will, a report card for all of us about how we're doing. Are we keeping more agents? Are we growing? Are we not growing? And how do we take advantage of the opportunities we see to get better? And so those are the two different systems we use, Front Door and Front Page. You'll get used to those names more and more. And then we're not gonna watch this video, but it's not critical right now, but we have a big focus on technology. We're on a journey that we started 3.5 years ago, and at a much higher level, we love showing the vision and how big it is of where Keller Williams is going, because we recognize in 2020, technology is a critical factor, if not the critical factor, for every business in every industry. As Gary Keller likes to say, if you're not switching your physically based business to digitally based and physically enhanced, you're really behind the times. And he saw that years ahead of most of the real estate companies, the big brokerages in the United States. And thank goodness he did, because we started this journey when nobody else really saw it, but he was working behind the scenes with our technology leader, now our president of our entire company, Josh Teen, to build this platform. And you can see it leads to other opportunities that the United States is starting to look at. Keller Mortgage, Keller Covered, Keller Offers. These are all ancillary businesses around the real estate transaction. So while we're not bringing any of those businesses internationally, this paints a picture of how it all began right there at the bottom with the Keller Cloud and us, as Ben said, building our own technology in-house. And so Front Door is one of the examples of a tool built on top of that cloud. Would you like to share a little bit more about this vision, Ben?
Yeah, I think that's a great point to start off on, which is Front Door. Front Door is data. It's a data that we see from the transactional level all the way through to essentially how much revenue you're making as a region. Without that level of data coming in on a regular basis, there is no opportunity for us to do what JP said, which is to enhance your businesses through technology. Data tells us exactly what we need to build. It also partnered with the feedback that we get from you guys in labs, and I'll talk a little bit about that in a second. But so the most important thing is the data. The data is what we see here in this diagram at the bottom, which is the Keller Cloud. All of that data is being input into that, and we've been collecting data in worldwide for 5 years, and we've been doing that in a succinct way each month, as JP mentioned, through that transmittal process. And no region has ever given us data any other way than that. And what that allows us to do is have uniform data to be able to create technology. So we've been doing that for 5 years. Keller Williams, through kind of Gary's insight and not knowing it at the time, but putting the right practices in place 30 years ago, has been doing that. And so our agents all enter in transactions, and we collect data and have been collecting data in a single format since Keller Williams started. So that has allowed us to be able to jump ahead of our competitors and be able to develop technology quicker, because we've been able to look back at that level of data available. That level of data has then been allowed us to develop things like our first version of artificial intelligence, which was Kelly. It's been able to provide us insights into how we need to develop the digital market center. We talk about virtual versus digital. Virtual gets a little bit confusing, so I'm going to change it to digital. Digital just means that you're doing things online. It doesn't mean that that space or that person is ever going to go away. Like JP said, it's physical based, technology enhanced. So by having that level of data, by being able to track on that, by being able to invest into technology, we are able to provide you the level of technology available to enhance your agents' businesses. Again, I want to just reiterate, that means that the agent is doing this. This is their business. They're enhancing their own businesses through technology. You're not doing that work for them, and we could only do that based on the model that Gary and Josh have provided to us. So through the virtual market center, that means offering things like training content through what we're working on right now. Our US team is the next version of Connect, being able to provide market center specific tools. For the digital agent, we're really talking about things like that we've just talked about, which are the tools that you've seen in Connect, which are agent centric. All of those different tools that are going to help to enhance the agent's business. And then we talk about the consumer experience, the digital consumer experience, which in the US, we in the last year have launched the consumer app and things like agent websites and landing pages. But that is all there again to enhance, to prop up the status of the agent, not to replace that. And all of that has been done on the back of the big data that we talked about earlier.
Yeah, Ben,
so,
I'd add in here, when we say virtual market center, it's easy to think, oh, we're not going to have physical buildings anymore. And as Ben said, no, we do not see a future where agents don't want to get together as human beings. I mean, we're certainly under lockdown now, but that will not stay that way forever. It does challenge us to think about the physical space that we're setting up in these offices and making sure that our relationship with these agents, especially in high agent count market centers, is digitally based, meaning we're staying connected even when they're not physically there. And we've always done this, but the technology is allowing it to become so prevalent, so consistent, that we have a digital relationship, just like you're seeing in retail stores, where if I walk into an Apple store or an Amazon store, which does exist now, they already know everything about me. Your market center should do the same. And that's what we've built. And that's why this data is so important, not only for your agent relationship with the market center, but also with the consumers in the future. So the simple way to look at this chart and take advantage of what Ben is describing for us is to grow. There's no value in you having the greatest technology platform in the world and you have 5 agents entering their listings into that platform. You need hundreds of agents, or at least a dominant part of the market, so that when you look at this data and you pull out these insights and this experience, you can actually be intelligent about what's going on in your market and especially your own business. And that's what makes you the dominant player. Is everyone's racing for big data. And in most of our worldwide markets, nobody's got the data except maybe the portals. By attracting agents to you and having them enter their listings and their contacts and everything, yes, they still own the data, but you have visibility to it and you can leverage it to make better decisions as a business leader and grow your business and deliver more value to those agents and eventually help them do that with their consumers. But we need us to build an army of agents in each market globally so that you can input that data and have every agent make this system smarter. Is that fair to say, Ben?
Yeah, absolutely. Yep, you nailed it, JP.
Anything else you want to add, Ben, before we let you go? We can talk about labs when guys come on and they go through the launch process. We can kind of walk through labs a little bit more within there. Is that okay?
Yeah, absolutely. I think all I would say at a high level to that is that we're always in conversation with our regions, no matter how big or small or new or how long they've been around. And we ask you guys to participate in that labs process, like JP said. We'll mention that more at a later date, but that is also one of the key ways that we can understand what we need to develop as far as technology. And we're very proud at Keller Williams of the statement that our technology is designed and implemented based off of the feedback of our agents. So it's based on what you guys tell us that really powers what we do as far as developing technology. So to just state that this is truly an agent-centric company, from regardless of what area of the company that we work in, we're focused at providing technology and resources that are really going to be used and defined by the agent.
Absolutely. Ben, thank you so much for taking the time. I know you got to get to your meeting, but okay, go ahead, Cheryl. You have a question?
Just a quick question. Regarding feedback, I understand that the information and that command and all of the training materials and everything is right now in English only. And I would just like to throw out there the possibility to have the information also in the Spanish language. You know, I know that right now we can coordinate with other countries that have come before us, but considering that you guys are worldwide, there could be some economies of scale that we don't have to all reinvent the wheel. Puerto Rico, Spain, Honduras, the Dominican Republic, you know, we're talking thousands and thousands of agents. And, you know, we can, I think that there can be leverage with the possibility to have the information also in Spanish to save us time. Not only for one time, but the information will continue to change in the future and there will continue to be new things. So that's just a piece of feedback that maybe there's a study to see. Even in the US, there could be areas and regions where the primary language is Spanish. Yep. That could be useful and helpful. So that's just a thought.
Sure. Yeah. Oh, no, I love that. And trust me, we're already 8 years now. We've been working on different areas of the company, obviously being internationalized. So one of the areas of leverage you'll see is in MREA, for example. Now, of course, you want to meet and think about the different dialects and be respectful of that, but everything that we deliver to you is translatable, and you should be leveraging those that have gone before you for those economies of scale. Absolutely. When it comes to technology, Front Door was the first system that's available in every language that we go into. So that's something the region works on once they come on board. Then also the UMA system, like we talked about. And now inside Command, we've just opened up the listings applet, but we're launching that in the next week in everyone's local language. And then we're going applet by applet inside this Command system to translate it or make it translatable for every country. And once we do that one applet, all 45 countries can come in and put it in their local language for the purposes of your agents. Until then, obviously we use different other tools like the Google's browser translation tool, things like that. But that's what we mean by this journey that we've started. Now that Command is in a more stable place for the United States, our development team comes in and, as Ben says, internationalizes that applet. So make no mistake, that's absolutely a non-negotiable. That is happening. But in the meantime, and even when we do, regions may choose to also offer vendor relationships or allow agents to choose their vendor of choice. Keller Williams, both worldwide and your region, should never be the only authority on technology. That is not a position you guys ever want to be in. And I think Ben touched on this well, but we'll end our conversation about all of this saying, please don't take on the responsibility of thinking you have to make every agent in your country happy with the technology you are providing. Agents deserve choice. And yes, you should offer the platform. You should offer whatever products or best pricing you can get for them when it comes to technology. But make no mistake, that is a never-ending journey. Technology will never reach a finish point. It is always going to evolve, and you're always going to have people who say, I love Apple and I love Android, and they hate the vice versa. You don't want to be either one of those. You're just the person in the country that says you have choices and you pick what works best for your business. But if you plant a flag and say, I'm Apple, just as an example, or I'm Android, understand, even as successful as those companies are, there's a part of the population that says, I don't like it. It doesn't work for me. Don't put yourself in that position. And we failed at that in the United States for many years. And this platform and the way we've rolled it out and the US has rolled it out, we're going to be beneficiaries of that forever. And so we're really excited about the journey we're on. We're really excited about the usage of Command that our worldwide regions already have. And Cheryl's point is very, very important. And that is working with us as partners in the labs process is how all that gets internationalized. And we're well on our way. So thanks for bringing that up.
Thank you.
Okay, guys, we're over time. So I'm going to let Ben go, and then we're going to take a break. We're going to do 10 minutes, go to the bathroom, get a drink, grab some food. We're going to come back, and we're going to wrap up the last 2 pages of chapter 3. The rest of chapter 4 is pretty straightforward. And then 5 and 6 are fairly short, but we'll have enough time to get through it all. And then Bill's going to close us out for the day right before noon. So thank you guys. Take a break. I'll put a countdown clock up, and we'll see you in 10 minutes. All right. Wow. Little AC/DC. That went heavy real fast.
I was going to say that was the first time I started rocking over a break.
Yeah, I kind of like it. All right. It's not a bad way. I apologize if it's your late evening. Poor Long in Vietnam has probably got children asleep and God knows what going on at like 11 o'clock at night. Thank you, everyone. I hope you guys have enjoyed the first half of this second day. We're jamming in a lot. And as you can see, there's even sections in this manual and our PowerPoint slides that we're not covering because this, again, is designed for you as you explore the KW opportunity. But know that after you come into this system, like we heard from Miroslav and Daniel and even our guests from Turkey, this is about mastery. And mastery is not learning a lot of complexity. It's going back to the fundamentals and mastering the basic fundamental pieces that build our business. And FSO is definitely one of those. So we are so excited that as you come through, you'll have opportunity to not only master this through these type of experiences, but also, and our regional leadership week, but also to teach it. And so I hope you guys are getting a lot of value from that in both ways. Okay, so we're going to finish up those last few pages on chapter 3. So if you need to, go back to page 117, and we'll just point out a couple of key pages here like we started to. Thank you for letting us shift around a little bit. What Ben was talking about sits squarely in the wall of value. Let's wrap up this growth conversation around these tools. And if you remember, we were talking about the trend tool that Rory uses in Jamaica. Well, one of the key things inside that trend tool that you should look at is something we call the language of real estate. And this particular tool allows you to pull out those key numbers that we call the language of real estate and actually evaluate them and have a powerful conversation with them. So this is a way to set appointments with recruits and convert them at the recruiting table to join. It's evidence of your growth, and it's also a focusing tool on who you're competing against. And we talked about it before, and you saw an example from our team in Turkey who are now competing against Lisbon, and they're also competing against themselves. So this can be really fun, and it's the language of real estate because that's the language real estate agents want to speak. And I'll tell you that we, for a long, long time in the United States, and I'm guilty of this because I started in 2004, we were selling Keller Williams. And Cheryl and I talked about this yesterday when she brought up growth share. Team leaders in the United States used to sell profit share to recruits. We would sell the MREA book. We would sell MAPS coaching. We would sell how great it is to be in their market center and the services and the things that Keller Williams has. And sometimes we had team leaders who would talk about how terrible the company is that the agent is with, like a RE/MAX office or whatever. Like the phrase that always made me cringe was, why would you ever choose to be with them? I mean, imagine being an agent who spent 5 or even a couple of years with a broker, and then a team leader at Keller Williams asks you a question like, why'd you just basically make a mistake for the last 5 years of your career? That's completely insulting. And then to turn around and talk about how great Keller Williams is, we had some real challenges that we had to learn and fail forward through until we realized that that's not at all what agents want to talk about. Top producing salespeople don't care about growth share. They don't care about how great your office is. They certainly don't care about your opinion on the choice they've made for the last 5 or 10 years on aligning themselves with a company of their choosing. We never go there. Absolutely not. What we do is we speak the language of real estate as team leaders, and that language are these 8 categories right here. It might sound a little different in your language, of course, or in your marketplace, but generally these are the 8 categories that real estate agents talk about with each other. How many units did I close? How much sales volume did I close? How many listings have I taken, right? Where the seller has agreed to list with me. Now, if you don't have exclusive listings in your market, it's still appropriate to say, I took this many open listings, or I'm working this many listings right now. How much volume does that mean in potential business that's coming if I sell those properties? Listings sold, properties where I actually represented the seller and closed the listing. What volume did that represent in terms of listing sold volume? And then what contracts, how many contracts have I written? Meaning buyers and sellers, how many contracts do I have in progress that are likely to close now? And what volume does that represent? These are the numbers and the language that real estate agents talk about with each other to gauge, do I want to learn from this person? Do I follow what they're doing? Are they having success where I'm struggling? In any industry, these metrics are what salespeople talk about, especially top producing ones. So don't let your team leaders get pulled into the conversation of rookie agents or having to sell growth share. You don't have to do that. Absolutely, we need to be able to speak intelligently when asked and when that becomes something they're passionate about. But the recruit generally doesn't want us to approach them with that being the first thing we say. And I'll tell you, we did that for many, many years, and we would have grown faster if we hadn't really, if we had learned that lesson faster. So that's the simple point of the language of real estate, is to build a habit and a culture where we talk about this, especially our team leaders talking about it with recruits. There's a document, again, a simple spreadsheet where you're simply taking those metrics and comparing how you did last month to this month. And of course, there's going to be an opportunity story in there where maybe you went down, or the market shifted, or your market center didn't perform as well. And there's also a value story. For the sake of recruiting, the value story is an external conversation. Wow, we took more units and it went up by this percent, or here's the difference, and here's how we're performing or outperforming how we did last month. That's a value story. That's a story of growth you can talk to recruits about. The opportunity stories that you see inside this document are an internal conversation. It doesn't mean we hide them or we avoid them, but it's absolutely something we look inward and go to our sales meetings and sit down with our team leaders and we say, hey, we went backwards a lot in closed units. Let's have a conversation about the opportunity of that. How can we take advantage of this opportunity to try to turn that in the right direction? How do we move this in the right way? And you can talk to your agents about it, because that number going down, even though it's not the agent's number individually, it affects that agent. And the market center having powerful and strong numbers that continue to grow that helps all agents communicate their value to the consumer, right? They're part of a team. They should be leveraging those numbers. They should be talking about it. So in our tool, you have the opportunity to just compare yourself against yourself or against worldwide's numbers or against Keller Williams, the United States, and combine them and make them global. You get to choose the story and how you frame it. But if you can, the highest and best use of something like this is to compare your numbers against what's going on in the marketplace. So if you can get your hands on that data, and in the US, they have a little bit of a better option because they have broker metrics and they have MLSs and they can access that data and tell a story of what's going on in the market. And then they can talk to recruits about how their market center is outperforming the market. And that's the conversation we're talking about when we say go recruit market share agents. It's sitting down saying, you're such a great agent. How is your business going? How have you been handling this market? What's going on since COVID? Are you and your family okay? I wanted to get to know you, whatever that script is. And then it's like, they're naturally going to ask, well, how are your businesses? How are your agents doing? Well, actually, we're up 15%. We jumped on Zoom and started doing virtual training, and our agents are actually doing virtual open houses and they're closing more business. It's pretty exciting. And then stop talking. Because what you want is curiosity to be created in the top producer's mind about, well, what's going on over there? How are they doing that? Oh, you know, that's exactly why we need to meet, because I would love to sit down and walk you through what Ammon is doing in our market center, because he alone has doubled his production in just the last 3 months just by getting really active on Zoom, or whatever the story is. But you're talking the language of growth, and that's what top salespeople care about. So this is an important document. I don't want to spend too much time on it, but don't miss these tools. Like Engen said, you can get creative and try to change them, but then you're reinventing the wheel. You really need to implement these models and use them as they are and start speaking this language and change your own habits so that your team leader comes into the job going, oh, okay, I get it. This is what we do. And they don't know any different because they've only experienced you saying, this is how we operate. This is the system we run. This is what the job is. If you make it up, then you're going to have to change it on them later. So use these tools. They're really, really powerful. And we already learned the lesson for you in the United States. Daily company currency is the last one. And this is simply a tool the OP team leader and MCA use to track how you're doing every month if you're going to operate like a cash-based business, right? We're trying to be debt-free. We're trying to have company currency come in through these caps, and we want to track how we're doing and know when we've hit profitability in that month if we can do that. So this gives you vision, focus, and visibility to what's going on in the market center. So here's an example of that. On the left-hand side, you can see the total company currency that's been received. In this example, 15,000. And this is a month-to-date number. So if we're in June and it's June 22nd or 23rd, we've received 15,000, right? That would be concerning because the month's almost over. We have 40,000 in expenses. We have 42,000 in outside pending dollars that are expected to come in. This is numbers your MCA should be able to pull. And then best case scenario, that means we would have 57,000 coming in company currency for that month of June. Well, we expect a fallout of 20%, meaning the MCA and the team leader are telling the OP, we think 20% of those deals won't close in the month. So we're probably going to be at 48,600 coming in. Last year, our company currency in this month was 37,000. Our monthly goal is 50,000. That right there on the left-hand side is a 10 to 15 minute conversation with the OP on that particular day of the week that the OP wants to dig in and look at that. It might be in the middle of the month or something. This simple Excel spreadsheet with numbers filled out by the MCA, where the team leader and OP walk in or go on a Zoom call and say, let's talk about this, is very clarifying and very powerful on how do we adjust our behavior the rest of the month so that we can drive towards profitability. On the far right side, one of the more recent additions that we've made is actually tracking gross gain and lost revenue and net revenue. We don't have time to get into this deeply, but we are working with our team to provide more and more analysis of who left your market center. Not only the number of agents that left, but what production walked out the door. And that's critical. We will tell you when we've done this analysis at bigger and higher levels, it's pretty true that rookies leave you, but people that are capping and above typically stay. If they leave, it's pretty rare, and it's probably because some competitor is trying something new, and it's a bit of a unique situation. Capping agents don't tend to leave Keller Williams. Rookies tend to leave Keller Williams because they're getting out of the business. And so paying attention to what your competitors are doing and tracking who's joining you and who's leaving is really important for your daily company currency. So on the far right, we have gross gain. So how many cappers joined us, how many half cappers joined us, people that have a history where the team leader can tell the OP, I think they're going to pay us 9,000, or they're probably going to cap consistently, and that'll be 18. And you put some rough numbers on that money, the money that's coming in. Then on the lost revenue, you're simply tracking that if you did have some exits by that particular date in the month, again, the MCA can come and say, well, based on their history with us, they basically equal, $18,000 walking out the door, or $9,000 walking out the door, or 3,500, whatever the number is, whether they're a capper, a half capper, or a quarter capper, meaning their history of production gets them to that level. And that tells you roughly how much money just walked out the door. And then of course you can kind of get an idea of what your net revenue looks like. This is not to be over complex or analytical. It's just a quick snapshot of where the market center is on its journey towards profitability each and every month. Does that make sense? So that's it. That's the growth and shift tools in a nutshell. And the idea here is we develop a culture, we build a market center and set it up so that it can build itself through the OP, team leader, ALC, productivity coach, and MCA. And then from there, you'll see there's other opportunities for other roles and leadership opportunities and staff as you get big, but not until you get big. Then to get big, you got to run this growth model. And when we talked about that profit playbook, remember I said the growth model, that's all chapter 3 and implementing those tools. When we get into chapter 4, like Ben led us off, we're talking about the wall of value. And we're switching to that other box we talked about yesterday, the wall of value box. And if your market center is running the growth model and can deliver the wall of value that the region has translated, localized, and delivered to the market center, then you've got the magic combination for making this market center really thrive. So that's what we call productivity. It's delivering on the tools that help your agents be productive and your market centers tell that story so that other agents who are productive and want to be in that environment are attracted to you. Does that make sense so far? So let's jump into this. We already talked about marketing and technology. We're going to back up a little bit just before that section and talk about the education and training. So about page 125 in your manual, you'll see these laid out. And this can be much more than these 7 items, but this is a good place for any launching market center to start. You have education and training, marketing and technology, like we just talked about, which is a partnership with Worldwide and the platform and local solutions you may need to deliver to be competitive. You have number 3, consulting. This is what we mean by Yenner and the team leaders consulting with the top 20%. Like, what are they doing to consult those agents in helping them grow their business? What does that look like? You have actual coaching, productivity coaching program for newer agents and those that want group coaching support. And then you have the concept of actually hiring and paying for a coach, which can be done through the MAPS coaching division of Keller Williams, or you might choose to hire coaches that are successful and have a track record of success in helping agents locally in your market. And then number 5, profit share and growth share. That's a value proposition, obviously. Number 6, compensation. We've talked about that, the disruptive split cap compensation you offer. And then lastly, the market center itself. Is it a productivity specific environment? If your culture and your market center feels like a place to just come hang out and drink coffee and tell war stories, that's what it will be. If your market center, like you felt from Yenner, is filled with a team leader and staff who are excited about the training that's happening that day and all the activity that's going on in the market center and the lead generation time and the consulting and the masterminds and the different things that are all happening for the purpose of helping agents be productive, then it will feel and operate like a productivity specific environment. Okay. Let's talk real quickly about education and training. We have a division in Keller Williams called KW Learning, led by Jay Papazan. You'll get to know his name. He is our co-author of all of the books that Gary writes, Millionaire Real Estate Agent, Millionaire Real Estate Investors, and many others. He's a best-selling author and leader over our entire learning division. The learning division includes the publishing firm, which has delivered these books we've been talking about. So that's a value proposition you have. The models from those books which get turned into course material inside KW University and other tools. And of course, a research division that goes out and researches what's going on in the industry, what's going on in our company, and helps bring best-in-class knowledge so that we can make decisions about our business. That entire team sits under the publishing division under Jay's department. Keller Williams University is more behind the security wall of Keller Williams and available to Keller Williams associates for going deeper into these models and systems and research. And we hold that back so that people who join us can go deeper on concepts in the Millionaire Real Estate Agent book, through these courses, through KW Connect, through Connect Live and the live streaming we're especially doing now during COVID, and of course podcasts that are out there in all available podcasts like Think Like a CEO and now Empire Builders. There's some really great content out there that's free and available to the public. So you have a mix of content that's given back to the industry, and you can do that as a market center, give this content back to the marketplace free or accessible without joining. And then there's a whole mountain of content that you hold back that they can only access once the agents join the market center. And you get to define where that is, and your regions would help the market centers do that. And then video, there's a whole video team inside the learning division that provides a lot of the great video content you'll find online, on social media, and of course in Connect that you can then use or even translate and subtitle so that it's got an option to watch with the subtitles in your language. That we have systems to help you do that as well. Okay, so front page is where all of this lives when it comes to our worldwide regions. Our worldwide regions have a mountain of things to go through, so we do our best to organize it and communicate about it weekly so that you know what matters most in this particular moment in time. And of course, our team's always available if you need help navigating any of these things. But we have our technology, our marketing, our training and education, information about coaching divisions, and certainly about live classes that are coming up, especially right now during COVID. Leslie, we're doing probably, I don't know, daily video streams from KWRI to the agents, as well as 3 or 4 a week for leadership. I can't even count. How many videos do you think we do a week now?
My goodness, that's hard to say. I mean, maybe 10 or more.
Yeah, it's amazing to see an education and training based company thrive during COVID because it just was natural for us. To jump online, even though everyone's working from home, and start pouring into our people. The power should be where the region's doing that and echoing and modeling that inside the country in the local language. So you're always going to have access to English focused content so that the region can turn around and replicate that or use it as is and then supplement it with in-language content as well. All of that content is available to you on front page, and you can pick and choose as you see. And we're very prescriptive on what to use and when to use it. But again, the ultimate choice is yours because you know your market better than us. Okay, so all of this really ends up in its final stage on a training calendar. And this is probably one of the most important pieces of your wall of value. And it should always be the foundation of your wall of value, because one of the greatest recruiting tools a team leader can have is a powerful and robust training calendar. Imagine talking to that top agent and using the language of real estate like we just described, and that agent says, well, wow, how are they doing that? If the team leader doesn't have a class coming up that they can invite that person to, their only other option is to invite them into a one-on-one conversation with the team leader, probably in the market center or maybe over Zoom. That's great, and that might be appropriate, but it's not always appropriate. As you guys know, especially in smaller markets where people are afraid they're going to be seen looking at Keller Williams, you need an option where those people can get online digitally and watch a live stream, or maybe come into a classroom, or maybe have some other thing that's not so, that doesn't feel high pressure like a one-on-one meeting with the team leader, right? It might be easier for that top producer to say, oh, I went to a class and they were letting anyone come, so I went, versus, oh yeah, I did meet with that team leader and we had a consultation. Those can be, some can be uncomfortable for the recruit, and this gives you some flexibility and always something of value to invite the recruit to go to. The other piece is we've got to retain all these agents, and we've got to make good on our promise of value, and that's primarily delivered by having ongoing training in our market centers. In addition, just so we're clear, regions should be having a leadership training going on in the region as well, primarily for the OPs, team leaders, and MCAs to go to training, things like ALC clinic as well. Regions can also teach agent content, especially in the beginning, but more and more you're going to let the market centers take on the agent training so that the region can put together training that all associates can come to when we're able to gather together, maybe in the capital or wherever your flagship market center is. So let's talk about the training calendar. We're not going to go into this in deep detail because we teach a lot on how to build a training calendar at Regional Leadership Week, but let's cover some of the highlights. First of all, you've got to get your market center leadership in training so they actually know this content. And that might be very rough in the beginning. Just read the manual. Like literally, you don't have to fly to the United States. You don't have to watch hundreds of hours of video. Just start digesting the content. And your regional training managers should drive this and make sure this content's available for your market center leadership at the right time. Next, you need to develop your faculty, right? We know that great content with bad trainers or people that don't really love and have a passion for training doesn't equal great training. However, great faculty can overcome some of the obstacles around translations or localization by getting started fast and leaning on their natural strengths. So find the great people that love teaching, that love getting in front of a group and pouring value into the students, and have them start taking a leadership role in training. But here's the thing about training in Keller Williams. Everyone's a trainer. Everyone on this call, every one of your ALC members, your OP, every one of your investors, your team leader, your MCA, your productivity coach. I don't care if it's the director of first impressions. If they can represent your company well and they have a passion for this industry and can speak intelligently and use some of this content, they should be training. Training in Keller Williams equals leadership, and leadership equals training. So if you want to develop leaders in your company, give them a course and tell them to teach it in your market center. Give them the opportunity to fail forward, because remember, we're not going to teach this class once. We're going to teach it over and over and over again. It's a wonderful opportunity to fail forward. Even if it's not as perfect as you want it to be the first time you teach it, you'll get better and better over time. So to that point, look at all these different people that can be delivering training in a market center. The OP, team leader, assistant team leader, vendors, allied resources, stars from other market centers, neighboring areas, or your neighboring country. If they travel there personally, we should be leveraging our network and Skyping in or Zooming in different leaders from the United States and other countries. The ALC, top agents who even aren't on the ALC, they can teach. Productivity coaches, technology ambassadors, and of course there's master faculty and people that Keller Williams University have stamped as approved trainers. Number 3, you want to evaluate your growth model. Consult your growth model tools like we just talked about. Ask your associates and work with the ALC. Don't build a training calendar in a vacuum. If your team leader or productivity coach in the market center runs off in a closet and builds this training calendar and works on it for days and comes out and says, here's what we're doing, you're probably guaranteed to have missed a major opportunity to deliver value to your agents, because the productivity coach or that person did not consult anyone about what the business actually needs in terms of growth and productivity when he or she built the training calendar. So the idea here is there's an opportunity story in the language of real estate, in your multi-year trends. Look at it. Make sure your training leaders and your people who are passionate about training understand those numbers. There should be a conversation that says, we don't have enough agents, or our agents we do have aren't closing enough business, Or we're noticing this trend is going backwards. How can we use the training calendar to change that opportunity into value? And if that conversation doesn't happen, I will tell you from experience, your training calendar is doing one thing and your OP and team leader are doing something else. And the two aren't leveraging each other. Your ALC, your agents, your team leader and OP should all be able to dialogue about how the training calendar should help the market center grow and help your agents, most importantly. Number 4, build your market center training calendar. There's an actual process to this. You're going to plug in international events like Mega Camp and FAM Union that your market center wants to attend virtually or in person. You'll attach then your market center events, other Keller Williams University courses you'll teach, and technology adoption. You'll have technology ambassadors or people that are passionate about technology show off the technology that you're offering. You can watch videos on demand on Connect. You can have mega agent panels. You can put together masterminds, which isn't a course, but just getting your top agents together to mastermind around ideas or challenges that are happening in the market. And of course, you can bring in guest speakers, which by the way is a great way to recruit. The number one way Gary's brought a lot of mega agents from other big companies is to invite them when they're with Coldwell Banker or Remax or whatever company to come on stage with him and be interviewed in front of hundreds, if not thousands of people. I will tell you, if that agent has never been put in the spotlight or on a stage by their broker owner, there's no better way to get into good graces with a top recruit than to make them feel special and recognize and acknowledge the achievements they've made and have them teach your own KW agents. Do not be afraid of that. That's the quickest way to start seeing those guys end up actually saying, you know what, why don't I just join Keller Williams? You're the only ones that are recognizing me anyways. Gary calls that waiting out your competition because really, if you're just always in that relationship, people tend to join. Building your training calendar means putting on these international events like we talked about, putting on regional events and making sure your market centers communicating that to your agents. And then of course, you'll have market center events like ALC meetings or sales meetings, sometimes called team meetings. All of these things should be on your training calendar so that one piece of paper for the month of June can be something that the team leader takes to every recruiting appointment and literally slides in front of the recruit or puts on the screen and says, these are the things we have going on. Tell me about it. What do they do this kind of training in your market center? I'm really curious what's going on in the different offices if you don't mind sharing. Usually you get silence or, oh, wow, no, we don't do nearly that much. So we're not talking about one class a week or even one class a day. You have to go real hard and aggressive on the amount of stuff you're delivering in the market center. And that's why you need as much faculty as possible because the team leader cannot do it all. And you don't need them to do it all. Not everything is a full day class. Some of it is just an hour-long lunch and learn or a mastermind with agents. Lastly, you need to add courses to empower your associates. You do need at some point to start introducing these Keller Williams University courses as you translate them as a region. Your market center should get that value. And then of course, things like mega agent panels is all about sharing, recognition, recruiting opportunities like we talked about. Masterminds can really just be about productivity and market of the moment, timely solutions, getting good minds together to brainstorm an idea. This is how you solve problems in a market center when somebody's complaining about the coffee or doesn't like the cap or doesn't understand growth share. Get people together and help them mastermind through the problem so that you can get perspective on it and everyone feels included, even if everyone doesn't get to make the decision. OPs and team leaders can get a lot of goodwill just by letting people be heard and then going off and making a decision as the owner of the business. Leverage, it's great leverage for you and it's a great retention tool as well. Guest speakers we talked about. So here's an example training calendar, right? You can see multiple things happening throughout the week, sometimes multiple on the same day. I would argue this is a perfectly appropriate way to launch, but the more you can add to this, the better. Our most successful market centers have 3, 4, or 5 things happening all at once. Leslie, you were in the Southwest Market Center where Jen is, that has 900 agents, a room that fits about 150. How many activities were typically happening every day in that market center?
Oh, wow. With the classes and events, I mean, definitely 5 or 6 classes and 1 event. So every day something was happening, whether it was virtual or not.
Yeah. I remember you guys were one of the first to adopt the Power Hour. And Power Hour, guys, is literally nothing except the productivity coach or somebody, even a top agent on the ALC, walking into the training room, turning on the lights, obviously inviting people to come, And everyone that comes in the room is expected to open up their spreadsheet or their database or their phone and start making lead generation calls. That's it. No teaching, just a solid dedicated hour that says, if you're going to be in this room, we'll all be together. We're going to lead generate to our database and ask for business, check in on our database, ask if they know anybody that wants to list or sell or buy or invest in property. And we're all going to do that together. Team leaders would sometimes join and call their top candidate recruits. It was focused accountability without being punitive to say, please come in and join us in this. And it'll take a while to build something like that. If you have a great, talented PC, that could become one of the most exciting things to do. You see market centers ring bells and cheer people on when they get their appointment, or maybe they celebrate getting to go on that appointment and come back and they share with the group what happened. This is the kind of community you have to create in the training room. Otherwise, that sharing culture and that desire to help each other out, no one ever is given permission to do that. You give permission in an unoffensive and fair and clear way by just operating your training room that way, where people come in and go, wow, this is a safe space. People aren't made fun of or teased for making a mistake. They're celebrated for trying and learning and achieving even a small milestone like setting your first appointment as a new agent. This is the kind of environment that your team leader and your MC has to create, and your training calendar is literally how you do it. Next, you got to market it. And again, like the things we've been talking about, you've got to make that training calendar visible all over the market center and use it in recruiting appointments. You can color code based on who this topic is for, but don't underestimate the importance of teaching to the top of the room. If your top producers stop coming to that training, that is your first sign that you're going downhill. Because once your top producers don't see value in the training and they feel like this is all for rookies, you're dead. You've got to serve the top producers, because seeing the top producers commit to classroom training and taking time out of their business is what tells the rest of the producers, oh, I should go to training if I want to get successful. And that is a key metric on whether you're truly delivering value to your ALC and your top people. This is why an ALC should have a training committee head who says, I love training. I want to look at the training calendar that the market center is building, and I want to help build it and make sure it speaks to us. Because if it's not helping me grow my GCI, this is a waste of my time. And of course, you got to call everybody and market it. Number 6, reevaluate the growth model tools and adjust the calendar as needed. These are meant to be organic documents. You start building your training calendar in October, and then it's set by January, and everybody knows what's happening. You always can communicate 30 days out. But don't leave it and forget it. It needs to change based on what happens in the market. Okay. Keller Inc. is another resource for you. This is the publishing arm. You'll find books on there. Most importantly, The One Thing. We highlight this because as part of our education and value, this has a unique place in that it teaches about time management and focused productivity, regardless of industry. Agents may use this with consumers. Market centers use it with agents. We use it in all of our businesses because this is about time management and being productive with that time we have. One of the great things, just as an example inside this book, that your team leaders can use to shift the conversation away from real estate to maybe personal life management, business management, and consulting could be the gap analysis. The One Thing book talks about the 7 areas of our life that Gary and Jay believe show up for all of us: financial, spiritual, business, our job, relationships, personal, and our physical health. Well, at the right time, when you've built a proper relationship with any top producer in your marketplace, I'd be willing to bet there's nobody, including every broker you're in competition with, that sits down with a top producer and does something like a gap analysis to figure out how that agent feels like they're doing in these 7 areas of their life. If you did that one thing as a team leader, at the very least, you'd create a different conversation from that rainmaker, that recruit who's going to go back to their spouse or their family or maybe their own agent team and go, wow, that was a different conversation no one's ever had with me before. And even if the team leader can't answer and shouldn't answer any of those questions, leaving having thought through and been coached through the process of thinking about that for themselves empowers the agent to go, wow, I have more clarity about where I'm satisfied and dissatisfied in these areas of my life. I want to go back and have more conversation with this person or be part of training that he or she is putting on. That's how we create that relationship. It's not about selling Keller Williams. It's about helping them self-discover where opportunity lies in their life And then, like Ingen said, if even 15 or 20% of it shows up in the actual tools of Keller Williams to help them get a little bit better, it's probably light years ahead of what your competitors are doing, which is most likely nothing. Then you can absolutely start putting them into these books, Millionaire Real Estate Agent Shift, even social, things like that. And we have investor series as well. Now this goes beyond what some of our worldwide regions use, but some of them have started working on translating the Millionaire Real Estate Investor, for example. These are books that your agents can give to investors or start using to actually build wealth themselves. So when we talk about bringing mega agents or independent brokerages in, at the highest level, when you really have mastered this, you could potentially change the life of people who are sitting there alone running an independent brokerage for 25 years. You could teach them about building a millionaire real estate agent team. You could teach them about time management and productivity in their personal and professional life. Now you can give them MREI and teach them how to build wealth through owning real estate. All these properties are passing through our fingertips as agents, and yet so many of us don't actually own real estate as an investment ourselves. It's crazy. At least that's the trend in the United States. So this has been a game changer in getting agents to think about wealth building, not just in their commission checks, but also about passive income that can come in through rent checks or flipping property or just buying and holding property forever. I know it changed my life in 2006. I own 6 properties now here in the Austin area, literally because of Keller Williams. And I was not on a pathway before I found this company to ever even think I could do that. But because they taught me how to do it, I took advantage of the opportunity. Agents need to be given that opportunity as well. Your First Home, another lead generation book for consumers. And then of course, there are modified versions of these books. All that means is they're spiral bound and they have tabs so that your team leaders or OPs can use those books more easily in a recruiting appointment. They're not different books. They don't say different things. They're just in a spiral bound so you can open them up and use them as a recruiting tool as you do these consulting appointments. So you'll see that available from Keller Inc. as well. Consulting. Now we skipped marketing and technology. That was number 3 because we just did that. But real quickly, consulting is all about time blocking it and the expectations and the standards the team leader or anyone that's consulting in your market center gives to the agents that are in your business. Now, this is the value proposition we offer agents is consulting. Well, what does that mean? It means with certain select agents, I would argue at least the ALC, if not some members of the top 20% of your agent population, they should be offered the opportunity, if appropriate, and if they desire it, because not everybody wants consulting. If they desire it, they should have the opportunity to consult with the team leader or maybe even the OP or someone that can help them move their business forward in some consistent way. That might be once every couple of weeks or once a month or maybe once a week if needed. But you want to time block that. You want to require that that agent in your market center, if they're going to get consulting, they need to show up with a 411. And you'll see in the Kellerisms, 411 is a time management tool that we use throughout the system to report on what we accomplished last week and what our goals are for this week in relationship to where we are towards our monthly and annual goals. If they don't show up with that, you can't really have a good consulting because you don't have perspective on where that agent is in their business. And then lastly, if the agent doesn't show up more than 3 times, then they're out. You do not have to be a slave to the agent. If they're not engaged in it, you should end it and not be consulting people that don't want consulting. And that's how in a 200-person office, you can focus on delivering value to the people that need it most. And you always start with the top producers, especially your ALC members. If you're going to do consulting, you got to know the red book. You cannot sit down and do that without having read and reread this book like 20 times. You have to be reading it as you're becoming and growing as a consultant. You have to study the 24 topics, which is a course available inside Keller University, and probably host an MREA book club is a great first step. That's a less vulnerable way to start having a dialogue with your market center agents and your ALC about these concepts without having to feel like you need to be the expert first. You guys can learn together, and that's perfectly appropriate. Here's a sample 411 for you. We won't get into this now, but you can see it talks about the annual goals, how the monthly goals drive up to that. And down below, it talks about weekly goals that drive up to the monthly. This is about just getting clarity, and you'll see this talked about a lot in the One Thing book. We set goals to the one annual goal, and we work backwards from that. And this is simply a one-page document that an agent or a team leader or anyone can fill out and say, here's my annual goal. Here's what needs to be done by this month in order to be on track for that annual goal. And by the way, here's what has to be done by this week to be on track to that month. This is just a clarifying document of not everything I need to do, but what matters most. So we've talked about this. What do agents need to have on here, guys? What's the number one thing they should be reporting on here? Live question. Who wants to take a guess? What's the one thing that drives the growth for an agent? Don't worry, there's no right or wrong. Everyone's shy. Lead generation. Lead generation. So every week, if I'm consulting an agent, I want to see how many contacts did they make? How many hours did they spend lead generating? What did they do with those hours? Because I know if they do that, it's simply a numbers game that they're going to get to the appointments, which leads to the lead or to the actual clients, to the transactions, to the GCI that they want, right? So for a team leader, I want to talk about lead generation. How many recruits have they reached out to? How many contacts have they made? How many hours have they spent doing it? What got in their way? How can I help them, right? For a region, I would be asking the RD, how many contacts for OP candidates have you met? They're going to potentially open a market center. How many hours did you spend lead generating for that? That's the number one thing I need to talk about. Everything else comes after that, right? That's a clarifying document. And here's how you have that conversation. Again, these are all in the manual, so I won't spend a lot of time on this, but it's a very simple conversation. It's very evidence-based. It's not emotional. There's no drama. It's simply, what was your goal? Well, it was to do 3 hours of lead generation a day, all 5 days of the week. Great. How did you do? Well, last week I only did 3 days at 3 hours each. The other 2 days I got busy with appointments and I didn't do them. Okay, great. So you were, let's just call it 70% to your goal. How do you feel about that? Well, I'm really disappointed in myself because I let that get in the way and I'm really frustrated. Like, I shouldn't have let that client take so much time. I really need to be building my business right now, and so on and so on. Okay, great. Based on how you did, what is it? What is your goal now? And what do you need to do right now? Like, how did you adjust it? Are we moving those 6 hours that you missed to this week? If not, why? And that's their choice. And then, of course, is there anything that might keep you from doing that? And if you needed training or support, what might that be? Or who might be able to help you, right? These are the kind of things, a simple consulting model that a team leader could do for an agent that would provide immense value. And yet I'm not answering any of those questions. I'm simply asking powerful questions so the agent can have perspective and clarity on whether they're committed to that goal or not. And that's all I'm doing. I'm not judging the goal. It might be for one agent to do their first deal. For another agent, it might be to close 80 units this year. Whatever it is, it's their goal. I'm just simply helping them look at it with clear eyes and get to clarity about how they're going to get there. And hopefully there's value in the market center that can go help them do it. But I can't solve this problem for them. I certainly can't be the only person who can help them. So I have to have a market center where these kind of trainings are going on that I can put people into or plug them into so they can move forward. This is another slide that I'm going to pause on and just say, take a picture of this, mark it in your book. Like, I love this image. Cheryl and I talked about this the other day, about that agent mix, right? While the ideal might be 30, 30, 30, or 33, 33, 33, right? Those breaking your population into thirds, reality kind of looks like this. And diving into that concept of a proper agent mix, here's where your attention should go. And we've heard this said, but I love the visual. Your team leader at a base level needs to make sure the expenses are covered. That means I better be talking to those cappers who I count on and have added up, cover my expenses. Are they staying with us? Are they happy? Are they getting consulting? Are they engaging in the training? These are all just questions. And that green area is my number one focus. Once I've done that, I'm trying to go bring more cappers in to make that green box grow. My MCA, in an ideal world, is looking just below the top 20% in producers, meaning based on their production, whether it's GCI or closed units, whatever your metric is. Below that, the second 20% are where the MCAs communicating to me and the OP based on production. Here's what's going on with these guys. You should be aware, they just got divorced, their production dropped down. We might lose them. You might want to check in on them. Or could you help me check in on them? Or I've been checking in on them and here's what's going on. We either escalate it or no, they're doing okay. They really love the market center and everything's going fine, but their production's going to go down this month. They expect it to go back next month. And it's not like, hey, you got to sell. It's, how are you doing? How's your business? I noticed it's going down. Is there anything we could do to help? That's what an MCA can do because they're looking at the numbers more closely than even the team leader and the OP. usually is. And then below that, you've got the market centers and other staff that are looking at your lower level producers, and you kind of divide that up. And it's not something where everyone gets a personal touch, but it might be a mass email that says, hey guys, I'm looking at you. You're doing great. Keep it going. If you need anything, let us know. It's just being connected. And then of course you have the at-risk group, which are at risk of leaving. Your MCA and staff, depending on who that person is, really need to engage, or at the very least, conduct exit interviews to find out why they're leaving. If you're seeing a trend that they're getting out of the business, they had a divorce or a marriage or a baby, or they're moving, or a spouse changed jobs, whatever it is, okay, great. At least you know that's going to naturally happen. But if their exit interviews are talking about a lack of value, I don't like the OP, they were mean to me, the neighboring market centers causing problems, then you need to dig into those issues. Make sense? This is a simple way to look at your market center and how you actually scale to a 200-person market center. And you'll see the market center Genzen has 900 agents. Well, they have 3 team leaders. The only way you can afford to have 3 team leaders is 900 people. And that's not necessarily necessary to get that big. But we can do this if we install the right team leader, the right MCA, and the right director of first impressions, and the productivity coach, and an ALC. And the only salaries you're paying are team leader, MCA, and maybe the productivity coach if you want to pay them a salary, right? The OP can take a salary, but doesn't have to. Coaching, you can obviously offer localized coaching. You can also hire a MAPS coach. If you guys are interested in learning more about that, you can go to mapscoaching.com. They're a business inside Keller Williams that provides coaching services for a fee. That's one-on-one coaching, group coaching, those kind of things. They do serve about 18 to 19 of our worldwide associates, especially in Spanish. We have some Spanish-speaking coaches, but of course, most of them are conducting coaching in English. But again, this is something that you can start leveraging locally as well. And of course, have a productivity coach in your market center. Lastly, MAPS puts on lots of different events that you can attend, especially now virtually. Some are held in the United States, and our regions have enjoyed those before as well. And they have mastermind events for all different roles within the organization. So again, those are events you can attend virtually now if you choose to engage in MAPS Coaching's products. And BOLD is a really phenomenal course. It's a 7-week training program. It's essentially coaching in the classroom. That's just yet one more example of one of the most dynamic and results-oriented course that MAPS has developed. Some of our regions have translated this and delivered it in their own country, like Portugal and France and Mexico. This is something you can graduate up to later. You do not need to launch with this, but it's a wonderful course as you grow your business to take your training up to a new and sort of different experience. But you absolutely do not have to launch with any of these MAPS tools. There's something to kind of aspire to as you get enough agents. Profit share and growth share is a value proposition. It's not maybe something you should sell in the beginning, but it is something you do need to be prepared to talk about. Like Cheryl said, it is absolutely going to be different than what anyone else is doing. There is going to be conversation around it. People are going to have questions. You need to be prepared to answer them. And in fact, there's an entire course from Keller Williams University that you should teach in your market center. And if a recruit happens to love this topic, invite them to the class. You don't have to spend the recruiting appointment explaining it. You could have them come and explain it to 50 people all at once if there's enough passion around the topic. Did you have a question, Cheryl? I saw you raise your hand. Oh, okay, thumbs up, love it. Here's the thing, simple way, and we'll talk about this in the last chapter, but understand that profit share and growth share are one tree. We're all one family. Everyone that joins this company names a sponsor, no matter what role you're in. If you have a user ID in the system, you have a sponsor. Now, if you happen to refer as an associate in the company, if you refer an agent, a productive agent, into a market center in the United States and Canada, those market center owners are going to pay you part of their profit. That's what those market center owners do as a thank you for you referring in a talented agent that closes production in their market center. If you happen, no matter where you are in the world, if you happen to refer that person, that top agent or a productive agent into a worldwide region, into one of the market centers, and that agent joins and closes production, then the region and Keller Williams are going to share part of the franchise fees with you as a thank you for helping the region grow. So the difference is market center owners in the United States share part of their actual profit after expenses have been taken out. In worldwide, Keller Williams and the region are sharing a portion of their royalty that they would normally keep, but they're sharing it back it is not coming from market center owners' profit, because we don't have access to your accounting system, and we have currency issues and all those things with transferring money across borders. So we'll talk more about how that really works in a second, but that's the important concept at a high level to understand, is that everyone has access to both opportunities. It's not about where you live, it's about where you refer. If I refer to the US and Canada, I get profit share. If I refer to outside the US and Canada, I get growth share.
When you are a part of Keller,
sorry. We don't need to watch that video, but all this stuff's on our YouTube channel. So if you're curious, you can ping me or our team, Lisette will guide you to different videos, but let's keep going. Lastly is compensation. We've talked about this. It's low risk, high keep, meaning the agent comes in knowing, oh, I'm only going to pay you that much. There's low risk in that, and high keep for the agent. They do have the potential to get to 100%. All that simply means is you're going to cap out when you pay us this cap. And frankly, if you refer enough people and you build growth share over time, there are some agents, not a lot, but there are some, and you can say it's possible for you to get to 100%, meaning the company's paying you through growth share what you paid into it, or maybe more. That's not something I would sell, but it is possible. So, and we do have evidence of agents doing it. If they get passionate about referring talent to the company, they could legitimately get passive income from the company that might exceed what they're paying out in cap every year. Productivity specific environment, last of our wall of value pieces. This is all about focusing on something we didn't teach in this class that's important for your future, and that is the 6 personal perspectives. This course, which is intertwined in FSO in the full version, is something you should teach when you're a KW region, and you should do it because teaching that class changes your culture towards this purpose of having a productivity specific environment. And so what that looks like is being purposeful about the offices you're opening and what each area, what every square meter is used for. It needs to be purposefully thought out and not just there because it looks beautiful and the furniture is nice. That's not your value. We've had people, even during COVID and especially in our early days in the United States, start Keller Williams in a garage because it didn't matter what the office had. They had so many top influencers as the owners who were calling their database and saying, we're starting something new called Keller Williams. And people were like, wait, you left Coldwell Banker? I can't believe that. And they're like, yeah, I wasn't getting anywhere. My business wasn't growing. I'm with these 4 other guys who are top, or people are top producers. We're going to start this office called Keller Williams. Literally, that's the conversation. And then over time, as they have the cappers join, they start opening a market center or whatever. Because of COVID, we've seen leaders in Argentina and other countries start experimenting with this. Hey, I got to do everything digitally anyways. Why don't I sign a lease, and as soon as COVID's over, we'll go into that space when it's safe and we're allowed. But that doesn't stop me, like Edwin pointed out, from starting these dialogues and talking to people and building the momentum, because the value we can deliver can be delivered at a high level through digital platforms like Zoom and so on. And then we'll supplement that with the value of a physical space that's designed to help the agent grow. So the entry, the presentation or conference rooms, your training room, if there's a technology center where there's computers available to use, the team leader's office should be designed so that they can have recruiting appointments in a way that helps them close recruits. The MCA's office should have a door and a lock so they can manage the finances and time blocked and not deal with agent problems when they need to transmit at the end of the month. Your cafe needs to be thought about. So it's not a place just to hang out, but a place where business and referrals could be done. And then other associate work areas or unique opportunities that your market allows, right? The key is don't take on more space than you need, and negotiate with your landlord so that you can absolutely have first right to maybe the 2nd floor of the building or additional space as it comes available. But don't make promises. And if you make a mistake and take on too much lease space, you can rent it out to vendors or maybe your top agents who want more office space. The key is get those expenses off your books as much as possible. Using vendors is a great way to do that. So when you think about it, think about when you actually measure the success of your space, it's measured in terms of engagement. What's going on in the market center? And this is just an idea for how you might do this in the future. Our standard is to have X number of % of our agents go to our team meeting. And then every month you should be tracking that as an OP and saying, how'd the team meeting go? And if they say, well, we only had 20 people show up. Well, remember our standard is, 30%, and that's like 10% of our agent population. Let's get that up to 30. What could we do to promote more attendance, and so on and so on. Same with your training like Ignite or Power Hour. Retention is a big part of our wall of value. And this is critical. This is essentially just the idea that while we are focusing on recruiting, like you saw in the colored breakdown, we need to focus on keeping the agents that we have, especially our top producers. You can't save every agent, but you absolutely do need to engage with your cappers and make sure they're staying with you. So let's talk about this a little bit deeper level. A recruit is in relationship with the market center at the highest level at the point they join KW. It basically goes down from there. And this is what's so great about your team leader recruiting top producers and not just rookies. When rookies join, yes, it happens, and that's part of our model, but it's not something that's going to re-recruit any top producing or capping agents in the market center. If there's anything that's going to keep a top producer, it's when another top producer for another company starts walking down the hall. And think about this as a salesperson. What does it do for you? It validates the decision you made a year or 2 years or 3 years ago to join this company. And if that doesn't happen for months and months and months, what happens to the top producing sales agent who's in your market center? They're sitting there going, I'm like the only one who joined this place. And there's no one at my caliber who's walking these halls. And all of a sudden, even subconsciously, they're starting to think about, maybe I made a bad choice. Maybe I need to look at what that Sotheby's agent or market broker told me about their office, because everyone's hanging out over there. So just understand that that plus the connection to community is really critical for retention. And here's some principles around that. We talk production. We engage in their production. We engage with them personally. We give them recognition, and we honor and celebrate the successes they've had as their successes. This is one of the major benefits of not having a broker-centered company. There's no one in Keller Williams, including Gary Keller himself, that cares if the market center takes credit or the company takes credit for anything an agent ever did. That is not what we want. We want that agent to be front and center and said, they hit the cap, they exceeded their goals, they built the company, they did those things. It wasn't KW that did it, it wasn't our brand, it was those agents. So recognition is huge, and it all drives towards our culture. Here's a simple way to think about this. You're trying to grow, and that leads into retention, but then you have these high agent count market centers. How do you actually do this? And I'll tell you something that Gary shared recently that we were lucky enough, our worldwide regions got to hear it live from him at our family reunion event. And that is, we need to follow what big major religious organizations have done. And that means the simple way to say it is to build a church. How do churches build their community? They do it through small groups. They do it, as Gary likes to say, at least here in the United States, a lot of Christian churches will have people stand up, and there's other rituals in different faiths, but in the United States, a very common one is on Sunday morning at church, you'll ask everyone to stand up and welcome each other and shake hands and say good morning or something of that effect. Does that sound familiar? Churches don't do that because it's a religious thing. I didn't know that. I actually thought it was like a religious practice. No, it's actually a marketing tactic to make sure that your congregation meets at least one person in the congregation, because they know statistically, if I meet and get to know at least one person in this congregation, I'm likely to come back the next Sunday. And I'm likely to possibly join a group. And I'm likely to get engaged in the activities that the church is putting on. So the ALC is just your first small group. And it's the right small group to start with because it's the one all the other agents listen to. So if you're going to launch a market center, have your pastor or your priest or your religious leader at the front of the room and make sure they go build a small group through the ALC. And then the ALC, like you see in Turkey, starts building their own small groups, a training committee or a productivity committee or a culture committee. And that small group doesn't have to be limited to the ALC. It can include other agents and new agents who just want to help out, who love the culture or love Red Day or love KW Cares or love productivity or love training. All those things grow because you bring people together. Does that make sense? Okay. Lastly, the team leader, MCA, productivity coach, ALC all have retention duties. That's critical. And of course, there's a model for this, and it's simply just a matter of staying engaged and tracking when people might be on the way out. Okay, so that's our wall of value in the fastest way that we could possibly do it. Obviously, this is where Keller Williams shines a lot because there's so much stuff. The thing I'll leave you with is look through that chapter, and your job isn't to try to implement all of it, it's to edit it down. And the way you edit it down to what matters most, what you need to implement, and what needs to be put in a box and set aside for later is based on what top agents say they need from their brokers in your current marketplace. The top agent in a consulting appointment is telling your team leader there's not really great training in that particular market, then you need to go fill that gap. If they're saying the splits aren't fair and they'd like to keep more of their own money because they feel like they're working hard and the company's not doing as much, then you need to really lean into the compensation package. If team leaders are out there hiring Brian Buffini and other expensive coaches, then your team leader needs to reach out and say, hey, we do consulting here, and it certainly doesn't cost that much. Maybe we could be in a consulting relationship. I'm no Brian Buffini, but how about I help you maybe once or twice a month? That's the kind of thing you can pivot to and decide when I look at chapter 4, I don't need all of this, but what matters most to top producing agents, and start there. And then slowly integrate in other things as you grow. Because doing too much all at once is one of the biggest downfalls of this model because people think they should implement it all. No, you need to be clear on the things that matter most in the marketplace and implement them one at a time. Profitability. And then I promise we're going to end on time and Bill's going to close us out. But this chapter we've talked about a lot. It's a very simple chapter. We have a whole concept called building your Disney in this chapter that we're not talking about in this course. I love it because it talks about the big vision of building a business. But when you come into Keller Williams, you're going to get exposed to that more deeply. So we've edited it out for this particular course. But the key thing about profitability is read, reread, and read again the 25 economic fundamentals. Print them out, laminate them, put them as a poster in your office. Make sure you, your market center, and your agents understand them and that you talk about them. This is what your economic or your financial committee of the ALC should be looking at as a guiding light. Are we leading with revenue? Are we getting out of debt? How are we doing as agents in terms of managing our own money and growing our wealth? This is a big, big part of achieving profitability. Now, within that, it simply comes down to the OP not only holding the team leader accountable to the growth numbers and the lead generation for market share appointments, but also the way the team leader manages the expenses. And that's the hard thing about Keller Williams. You want to have a professional operation. You want to be quality so you can attract top people, but you're going to say no a lot to your team leader, your MCA, your ALC, because it's not no forever. It's great, wonderful idea. I see how much that's going to cost. How can we work together to figure out how to pay for it? And as an OP, I want all of you to internalize and be prepared for that conversation. Because when we say the agent is our partner, that means when they come in and they say, hey, the photocopy machine is broken, what are you going to do about it? That's a typical customer business conversation. I pay you for this, it's broken, you fix it. You need to set a tone where, especially with your ALC, the conversation changes to one of partnership. They come in and say, hey, the copier's broken. And without even asking, they're like, here's a couple of really great price ones I already found that I gave to the MCA because we need this fixed quickly. And I know we're watching our money, so maybe this will be a good deal. Like, even if they don't do that, changing the conversation to where agents come in and they see themselves as a stakeholder in the market center, keeping the doors open and having profit and helping grow because they see you as an owner reinvesting in value being delivered to them, you'd be amazed how much they want to help out with that. And we see agent teams do this the same way once they get brave enough to start showing their agent team members, hey, here's how much money I actually take home. And if we're going to do more, if we're going to grow this business together, I need you to help me make that number bigger. And that's a perfectly appropriate thing. It feels dangerous, and it did when Gary did it so many years ago, but he would tell you if he was on this call, talking about profit and having an open, transparent conversation with the people who have a stake and that you rely on to bring revenue into that business will actually help you get there faster. People aren't so offended that you're the owner and you're making that much money because you're taking the risk and you're sharing money back with them through growth share, not to mention all the other value you're delivering. So if you can create that dynamic around these economic fundamentals, we would encourage you to do so. It's a big part of our culture. Specifically, your market center's income breaks down like this. You have commission revenue come in through your agents. Cost of sales is the portion you give them and other costs of sales from doing the transaction. That equals company currency. Now you take out your expenses for running the market center, and then you might have other income. So what's other income, right? We saw it on Ben's slide. You might have a lending relationship that brings revenue into your market center. You might have an insurance company. You might have vendors that either you partner with or that pay you for access to your agents. There could be revenue coming into your market center to hopefully offset your expenses and drive that net income number up, okay? So that's a simple formula to look at for how your market center net income grows. And of course, we talked about this already. Again, the commission payment. Remember, your market center should use company currency to pay its bills. We have a focus on expense cutting and expense watching, and then ultimately to profit. And as you saw in that chart, if the team leader is making sure that cappers are staying, everyone else on top of that is profit. And through productivity coaching and the value system in the training calendar, hopefully those lower producers become cappers themselves. Now, we don't go into this in detail, but you'll see in the manual, there's an entire cash flow model. And for our regions, we do the same. But this is going to change country by country. The key is market centers and regions should be making sure they're tracking cash flow and how the money actually flows through the market center up to gross share and up to the region and royalty. So you don't have to spend a lot of time on this, but just be purposeful about laying out how, as an OP, your market center's cash flow is going to operate. Now, with gross share and profit share, we have a whole class on this, but just understand we do this because we believe associates are our stakeholders. We share the money with them because we believe that helps us grow. And that if we work together, we'll get there faster. For that, we believe in open books and shared decision-making. This does not mean every market center in the system is out there showing their profit and loss statement to every agent. That is not the case. But it does mean we encourage you with your ALC as an OP and a team leader to talk about profitability, to talk about it in the market center and what the market center is going through if you choose. We do not mandate that, but our culture is stronger when we are transparent with the top agents on the ALC. And that is something only you can decide when and how you want to do that. But it is something that we see as valuable if you want agents to engage in the ALC conversation and help you achieve the goals you have as you help them achieve theirs. We believe that rewards of success should be shared between the owners who took the risk and the people who help it grow. That's the simple reason behind gross share. And of course, we have these gross share systems so that growth equals market share dominance, which equals profitability. Growth equals market share dominance, which is productivity. And the tree makes us all in the same team so that we work at this like a team rather than individually. And of course, we believe gross share isn't really a reason people join KW because they don't quite understand it in the beginning, but it absolutely is something that creates loyalty and retention because it's hard to recruit somebody away who's collecting revenue passively for helping the company grow. Without turning this into a gross share class, I do want to mention that on this page, you'll notice that you right there in the red represent your role as a KW associate, and you're going to bring in as many people as you want in your first level. That first level of circles there are the people that you sponsored, meaning they named you as the person who referred them into the company. You can grow that as wide and as big as you want, but you'll notice it also grows down because the people in your first level might refer in someone else. And there's 7 levels, so you can see the person there in the middle recruited all the way down to the 7th level, and that person brought somebody, and that person brought somebody, and so on and so on. Well, that money flows up to me, and depending on which level, it might even flow beyond me to people who brought me in. And those 7 levels are how the money's paid out. We'll go into deeper detail as you come on as a region about how that formula works, but the simple way to understand it is we do all that calculation. And we've been doing it for 36 years, and we do it the same for gross share, and we simply send you statements, and you've been collecting that money as a region, and you pay it out to your people. So the idea here is not to create a pyramid scheme, not to recruit somebody and tell them they have to recruit somebody. We actually don't tell agents to do any of that. We simply say, if you help the company grow, either organically or purposefully, and you bring people in and they name you as a sponsor, we're going to reward you financially. If those people happen to recruit others, then it's going to grow deep as well. But we don't purposely go deep. We purposely go wide and tell the story of value and attract people. And then over time, it gets deep, and it can be very lucrative if it does go deep and if you recruit top producers. Okay, we're almost done with this chapter, guys. Growth share is all about agents referring to the team leader and the associate that joins the market center naming their sponsor. The recruit does have to be productive. If I refer in an MCA, that MCA is not going to generate any growth share for me because they're not closing production. I can refer an MCA, and hopefully that MCA recruits some people that close production. So there's nothing wrong with that. Just understand only agents generate growth share because they're closing transactions. Growth share is calculated from the pool that we manage. You have total transparency on that and who's getting paid what, because we turn that over to you every 3 months. And growth share is paid out locally. So the region holds that money, pays it out every 3 months based on the statements that we share. Again, very transparent. We must protect the integrity of the system. That's one of the reasons we try to be an open books company at the local level, and we certainly are at the national and global level. Okay, there's 2 ways to get that opportunity. We talked about them, growth share and profit share. And lastly, as you guys know, just like any lead generation, you're looking in the real estate industry, people that are active in doing it. You're looking in related industries like lending and banking and title and inspections and appraisers, notaries. You're also looking at people that are just curious about the business. And of course, those that show potential, even if they're in a different industry. Like Yenner, he's obviously somebody who showed potential for real estate, and now he's a successful team leader, right? And for us globally, like all of you, we're kind of looking for this person, this Gary Keller of circa 1998, who is so passionate. He would go out and teach and train on these models nonstop for the next 30 years of his life. That's what this is about, going worldwide. We're looking for that person who can lift up and bring these models and be courageous enough to say it can be done differently and it can be better. Okay, so I'm going to stop there. I'd like to let the man who defines our culture and certainly exudes it, in my opinion, for worldwide, if not for Gary, and just based on how many times Gary keeps pulling him on stage at our big events, Bill is an icon of this topic in my mind. And I'd like him to close us out because this isn't a culture of just family and hugs and all the things that we're all known for as a company. It's also a place of productivity. It's a place of profitability. It's a place where we're not ashamed to talk about that, like Yenner did. This is about making money, and so that we can fund the lives and fund our communities in the ways that help leave behind legacies and give people lives worth living. So that's all inside of our culture. This chapter of FSO does cover some of the specific aspects you can create in your region, but we're not going to go through them because I don't want to distract you with that yet. Just like data inside Command, none of that matters if you don't go grow. Red Day, which is a day-long service of giving back to our communities, or KDB Cares, which is a organization you can start locally to take care of agents in need who are going through a crisis. Those things cannot happen if you don't have any agents, if you don't have multiple market centers, you don't have a dominant, growing, healthy business. None of that stuff matters. And if you think that's what brings you agents, you're wrong. It's why agents stay with you. It's why they grow with you and they feel loyal to you and they say, this company changed my life. So I'll leave chapter 6 for you to read later. It's really just that simple. It's different ideas and tools that you can use to build your culture. But I will tell you, start with chapters 1 through 5 and build your culture based on productivity and growth and profitability for your agents, and all that other stuff will come. But as I said, Bill encompasses all of that, and I'm very honored and privileged to be in business with him. I think we can all say that on the worldwide team. And so I'll leave the rest of the time for him to close us out. I want to say thank you for listening to me for so long. I know it's one person talking at you through Zoom, but I hope this creates conversations you have with each other offline and with Lisette and with us as you come on board Keller Williams. But most importantly, I hope that you stay in relationship with us. Even if you don't join Keller Williams, we love building this family and this network around the world to see your businesses grow. Even if you only take some of these items and change your life, that would be the greatest opportunity for us to see that happen. So thank you again for letting me speak for so long. And Bill, I'll turn it over to you.
Thanks, JP. First of all, let me just say thank you to the entire team in Austin who put all of this together. You know, it's not anything that we train for. and it's not anything that was prescribed in the course manuals and the training and education that we thought of when we put together a worldwide business. But it's something on March 13th we knew how to do because we have been doing digital calls and putting people together for about 6 or 7 years. What we didn't know was this would probably be the way the business is done for the foreseeable future. And it not only was the organization that we put together, but you also had to be trained and have the patience to sit there for 2 or 3 days and listen to all of this. It's hard. It's not easy. And so I really give everybody credit. If you have a chance, if you haven't turned your camera on, turn your camera on now, so let everybody see who you are as we close out the final few minutes.
I think Long might be in bed, Bill.
Yeah. Good point. Good point. You know, if Long's still awake, then we can all still be awake, right? The thing that I say to people is that many businesses sell products. You know, our agents list and sell property. They don't necessarily build all the properties they sell. They might, but they list and sell properties and or rent properties and match people together. They're negotiators. They do lots of things. In building a business, our business is people. So the reason why I say turn your cameras on and take a look, we've got people from all over the world who are basically the same. You know, I started off saying this to you, but think about this. We have men and women, young and old, LGBTQ. We have all kinds of races, religions. This is us. This is Keller Williams. We embody lots of different cultures, countries, origins, people. Doesn't matter who you are or where you're from, you want a better life. You're doing this so that you can have a better life. It's something that you might enjoy. You want money for it. You want to create something for your families. You want to match people up who are selling or buying for whatever reason, but this is what you do. Some of you, when you were little, when you were 4 or 5 years old, sitting on your grandmother's knee, you said, when I grow up, I want to be an estate agent. Some of you worked at IBM or GE or at a different job and then fell into this. My first conversation was, I'm not going to join a real estate company. Not going to happen. You know, I'm a vice president of a Canadian 150-year-old company. I'm a shooter. I got a 3-piece suit on. Not going to be a real estate agent. Real estate? No way. And then I find myself, I can't sleep because I love this so much. I love the people. I love what we do. In times of panic, what is the thing that happens most? You pick up the phone and say, how much is my house worth? I just lost my job. I'm in trouble. I need help. Very interesting, isn't it? I always smile, and I don't want to be mean, and I don't think Ammon's on this call, so I know that my team's going to tell him. But in most communities around the world, lawyers were not deemed essential service, but real estate agents were. Think about that. We drive the economy. We take care of our family and we take care of people. So the reason why I say that is that when I look at all of your faces, I want you to change the industry in your country, in your market center, in your family, in your community. I want you to uphold a culture and be honorable and honest. I know fully that in most countries, the hierarchy is university professor, doctors, lawyers, whatever. And then you get down to real estate agent, and thank God there's used car salesmen because there's somebody lower than us, right? And the used car salesmen always say, thank God there's real estate agents because there's somebody, right? But you know what? Gary Keller, 37 years ago, created a profession, an MCA. I was just on the phone today. There was an earthquake, 7.1 in Mexico, and our community around the world is looking, because this is the second or third time this has happened in 2 years in Mexico. And our community is rallying around any agents or market centers that need help. Thankfully, at this time, the report is everybody is safe. But it's interesting because I tell this story. I was at a family reunion a year ago in Mexico, and we were approaching 2,000 agents, 1,500 agents. That meant that we had more than 25 market centers. That meant that there were 25 MCAs. So I said to people, thank you to the OPs who had come forward, who own and put a core group together to lead a market center. Thank you to the team leaders for recruiting and training our agents. And I said, and could I have the MCAs, the market center administrators, stand up? And I want to say thank you to you. Well, before I got any further, 25 young people stood up and started cheering. 1,500 people in the hall stood up and started cheering them. Why? Because most of those people never had a job like that. Most of those people never had that opportunity. Every market center knew that they relied on the MCA. We created an entire job function, and they were so proud. Now, the reason why I say that is that's the organization of a market center. Normally what happens is a real estate agent has to list and sell, do all the paperwork, do the closing, find all the things, put the deals together when they fall apart, do all of that work. In a market center, what we want is a delineation of responsibilities, an OP who sets standards and holds people accountable. And you've heard JP and the team talk about this for 2 days about accountability. Not since I left university, not since I left my parents' house, did I ever really have accountability. And I'm accountable to my team, they're accountable to me, and all of our regions, market centers, and agents are accountable to somebody. And accountability is a huge deciding, determining factor for success. The second part of that conversation is the delineation of job responsibilities. The OP sets standards and holds people accountable. The team leader recruits from Remax and trains in the afternoon. And that's their job. They do not compete with their agents. When the phone rings in the office, the deal doesn't go to the team leader or to the OP, it goes to the agent. That's a deciding factor. Those are fundamental changes in a KW market center. And then, as I said before, an MCA. So when we talk about the organization and what we do as a company, those are fundamental differences and changes from everyone else. Now, when I talk about accountability, then that leads us to the other Kellerisms that you heard. Remember, JP held up a sheet and said, here's a whole sheet of Kellerisms. And it can be confusing. It took me 9 months to figure out exactly what an ACL, MVVBP, Y4C2Ts, ACL, oh my God, I thought I hurt my knee. I had no idea what everybody was talking about. And then all of a sudden, it started to come forward. Remember that sheet that you saw from Rory on his statistics and understanding his numbers? He hit month 4, 5, and 6, and you could see all of a sudden it kind of clicked in. So that's what happens. We have a lot. We have a lot of things that are available to people, and sometimes too much. So you have to make sure that you're talking to the individual people and understanding what do they want, which is one of the skills and talents that JP taught me. Doesn't matter what I want to say, it's what the person wants to hear, and spend time with the individual person and his patience. Remember we were talking about Leslie, the great Leslie? So JP brings in some candidates for me to meet, and that person is going to take care of me and our department. I'd been without somebody for a while. I was trying to be a martyr, and everybody realized that I was floundering. I needed help. So JP introduces me to 1, 2, or 3 people, and I go, yeah, not so good. I shake hands with Leslie, and I say, wow, I said to Leslie, stay there for 1 second. I'll be right back in my office. I go to see JP. I say, hey, don't let her leave. Hire her. This is the person. JP says, wow, we haven't gone through life story, future self. We have to have her go through all the process. We have to do a DISC. She's got to do an interview and a meeting with the team. We have to do that. He said, we're like 6 or 8 weeks away. I said, no. It's 3 o'clock in the afternoon. She could start at 4. Let's get going. No. Because how many mistakes have you made because you didn't get to know the person and have the person get to know us. And then I watched the team work. I took a step back and I watched our team come forward. And this is the same kind of thing that I'm saying when you recruit an agent. Instead of at a closing table saying to an agent, well, this is my check and that's your check. Why don't you come over to my office and join me? Or when you see somebody on the street, you yell at them, hey, 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 come on over to my market center, join me. Leave Remax, leave Better Homes and Gardens, come over to me. That's not recruiting. That's not getting to know the person. You want to sit down for 1, 3, 5, 7 hours over a period of days and weeks and get to know who they are. Why are they in real estate? What do they want to do? What are their skills and abilities? How do they feel about you? Who are they? Why are they a match for your market center? Because one bad hire, one bad recruit can really harm your market center. So as you build your team of a core group and your agents, the skill is understanding people. That's your business. Your business is people. Your business is recruiting and getting to know people, and you should love people. The reason why I asked you to turn your cameras on is because my business is you. I'm really proud when I wake up in the morning and my team talks about what's happening around the world, or I know somebody or we communicate and they're very proud when they tell me it's my birthday today and I can talk to them and I see them. And you know what? That happens for 10,500 people in 45 countries. I'm really proud that 5 years from now, in a hallway at a family reunion or a mega camp, or on a Zoom call for training, an agent from Iowa or Texas or Canada or Mexico will gain knowledge because somebody on this Zoom call today joined Keller Williams and shared information with a colleague they have in the future. You will be the leaders of our company for the future. You will be the people who change the way our lives are conducted. The training you got today was from 2 guys from Turkey. The last time Turkey was influential in the world was about 850 AD. I'm just kidding. I'm just being mean to my friends in Turkey, but you understand that. Is that all of a sudden they're emerging and their voice is heard beyond the borders of Turkey and around the world. And I say that to Carlos in Argentina, or Orbe, or our friends in Colombia, or Mexico, or France, or now in Dominican Republic, or Aruba, or wherever.
It's 12
What I'm looking for is people who will influence people in your community, on your island, in your city, in your country, and our world. But first you have to decide, is this your life? And we have to decide, is this your life? So one of the things that JP talked about was the 25 economic fundamentals. This little sheet carried us in the first 2 or 3 months of the COVID crisis, because one of the first 25 fundamentals says, in your market center, you should have 3 months worth of reserves at all time in case there's a problem. Now, remember I said to you earlier, nobody ever foresaw the fact that there would be a worldwide pandemic and the world, country by country, would be shut down for 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 months. Nobody foresaw that. Nobody was prepared. The first thing that happened with our department, Keller Williams Worldwide sat down and we said, here's the regions that will help us, that will need help, and here's what we do. We did an analysis of our business. We were very fortunate because we had managed our small business, Keller Williams Worldwide, for the last 5 or 6 years very well, and we had money saved so that we could continue for a few months. And the first conversation I have is, none of our people will be in danger. And then we went to our regions and we said, remember we taught you to have 3 months in reserve. Do you have 3 months in reserve? Now there were some that said, yes, we're good, we're fine. And there were some that said, well, we were thinking about it, we'll get around to it. So when we talk about these things in an interdependent model, yes, they are suggestions for you, but they're designed not because we had any foresight into COVID, but they're designed for that problem that may come forward, because it's there to be shared. The second part of that conversation is, how do you run a proper business by yourself? You don't. You surround yourself with a core group. It doesn't matter if you're a single market center region or you're planning on having 5 or 10 or 20 or 30 market centers. Surround yourself with talent. Not just because you know them, you surround yourself with talent. Find the best people available. That might be your son, it might be your brother, it might be your wife, it might be your husband, it might be your boyfriend, it might be a school chum, it might be a cousin. But make sure that you go through the process of understanding, do they have the skills and the abilities for you to build your business? Because they're going to be there to help so many other people. Once again, talking about Jamaica, we got a video when they were coming forward. And you know that we don't move quickly. Each one of you has probably been in discussion with Lisette or JP or one of our team members for a few weeks or months. My wife is very fond of telling me that it takes me 9 months to award a license for a region. And my wife says to me, can you hurry this up? I had a baby in 9 months. God created life. Can you just hurry up and make some decisions? JP says, follow the process, and Lisette does a better job than anybody I've ever met. You can't hurry some things. You got to wait for it to come. As the process goes forward, Rory in Jamaica sent us a video. And I always think about it at times like this. He started to do training. Nobody wanted the training. He got together on Tuesdays and Thursdays or whatever day, and he sat down and he started to give them training. And he had a book, and he put a cover on the book. And during those days, he would do a few pages or a chapter on training with his less than 10 agents. Some of them said, we don't need this. Some of them said, yeah, that's great. Some of them were on the phone when he did the training. But slowly but surely, it started to sink in. And they look forward to it. At the end of the book, he said, well, I have an announcement to make to you. And he said, you know, the reason why I've been going through the training with this book is because I made a decision that I'm going to be Keller Williams' office. And he took the cover off the book and he showed everybody that it was the MREA that he had been talking about. And there's a lady who I don't know, I don't think I've ever met her, but I heard her voice in the background of that video, and she goes, I knew it, I was hoping it would be Keller Williams. And then he went from 10 agents to 20, 30, 50, 70, 100. Because word spread that he was somebody who cared about his people, gave training and education, systems and models, held them accountable, and improved people's lives. And it didn't take him 10 years or 37 years. And he followed the fundamentals. And you know what he still does? He still goes back and he goes through the training and the education. The first thing that happened when we hit COVID, around our system, in every one of our regions, countries, and market centers, the most valuable book that came forward was Gary Keller and Jay Papason's book, Shift. Do you think that COVID has brought a shift in our marketplace? Absolutely. So one of the things that happened with that is that we sat down and we said, okay, let's prepare for this. We don't know exactly what's going to happen. We don't know how long this is going to last. We don't know in a worldwide pandemic what's going to happen. People will suffer. Agents may get sick. Agents may leave. Weak market centers will fall apart. Weak regions will fall apart. We need to save and work with the people that are strong and grow. And you know what happened in the last 3 months? 3 new regions, more market centers, and we crossed through the 10,500 agent barrier. Almost every single one of our regions has more market centers and agents. Now, I will admit, production is down, partly because many countries closed. They can't go forward. But you know what? One of the hardest hit countries on the planet in Europe was France, and their numbers were all up last month to all give us hope. And when we shared that with our entire system on a call, you could hear the cheers come forward through Zoom. If they can do it, I can do it. So one of the things I'm going to say to you is break all of this down. It's all really confusing. Remember, I'm a slow guy. I don't always get it. It took me 6 or 9 months to figure this whole thing out. So break it down and learn one thing at a time. Do one thing. Remember some of the things that JP said to you is when you answer your email in the day, and every one of us gets 20, 30, 40, 50, 100 emails a day, and you finish off the day and you say, oh, you know what? I answered all my emails. Did you push your business forward? Did you recruit an agent? Did you close a transaction? But you answered all the emails. Included in those emails, by the way, did you phone your partner, your spouse, your mother or father, your son or daughter, and tell them that you love them? Did you take time off in the middle of the day and say, you know what? Really busy today, but I just wanted you to know that I love you. So last night I went to bed preparing for this and having a conversation with myself and saying, what do I do? At 12:03 last night, I sent that photo to my daughter. Can everybody see that? My daughter's 35. I don't think I could do that with her now. And the first thing that happened this morning when we got on this call is Lisette is sitting there with her daughter on her lap. That's why we're doing this. We're doing this to make a better life for Bella, for Sarah, for all of your agents. It's not about selling franchises for the company. It's not about recruiting and sending money in. It's not about television advertising. It's about listing and selling property, making the lives of real estate agents better. And you can do that utilizing the systems, models, and tools that we have available to you. The training and the education that you got in the last 2 days is better, just in 2 days, 2 half days, is better than the training and education that's available from almost any other real estate company on the planet combined, or any other company. I know what one company has. I wrote their training programs. I know what they have, and I know what we have. So I can honestly tell you, when we pour our heart and soul into 2 days of Zoom, or we do all these things, the answer is we're not going to stop. We are not going to stop. So a couple things that I want to make sure that we reiterate, and you heard JP say near the end. This is a company of culture. Red Day is not just a day off. Red Day changes lives, and it's part of who we are. With the recent, and it should have been longer, discussion about race relations in the United States and around the world with different issues, Keller Williams always had a program and enhanced it immediately to face the needs of all of our people. And it's kind of interesting because there's lots of countries who come forward and say, you know what, we don't have a black-white problem in our country. You know, that doesn't exist here. And the first thing that happened when that came forward in the last month was many of our countries around the world that said, but you know what, I have an immigrant problem in my country, or I have this religion, or I have this. And you know what? We're going to stand up and do all those things. And almost as one, our OPs in our countries came forward and said, we're going to do training and education for ourselves, for our market centers, and for our agents. And we're going to take this as an opportunity to change the way things are done around the world. No company could ever command that. Now, there's some of us that have lived in different communities in different places. I'm really proud of the fact that we do have market centers in so many different countries. I always say worldwide, I think the first language of worldwide is Spanish. I think we have more Spanish-speaking countries than anywhere. But I'm really proud when we're on a Zoom call and you can see people talking to each other from Nicaragua, and they're sending messages to people in Mexico, and France, and Portugal, and Italy, and Israel, and Turkey, and South Africa, and Singapore, in Vietnam. That's the worldwide community that we're building here. So this is a little different from just having a real estate office in a single town. This is a cause that is going to change the way things are done around the world because of you. When JP talks about Red Day, that is celebrating Mo Anderson's birthday, but it's also a day when we can give back to our communities. There's no profession that relies on the community more than us. It's our community. When we talk about Y4C2Ts and MVBBP, 6 personal perspectives, those are things that we just don't say. You have to live them. You have to teach your agents. That's why the team leader and training and education gets to be so important. And then the last thing that I'm going to say to you is, remember when I told you that you get so busy that you forget what you really should be doing? Learn the lessons that JP was talking about in a GPS, a 135, and a 411, and holding people accountable. So think about this. If you recruited 1 person a month in your market center, that's 12 a year. That almost doesn't happen. But if you made those 20 or 30 phone calls, had those 5 or 7 appointments, and recruit the agent, it would. But the problem is you don't focus on that. So when you do your GPS 135 and you look at your one thing, you have to make that decision. For an OP and a team leader, their one thing is recruiting and training agents. For an agent, when you go online, when you go take a look at the courses, being able to increase their productivity, make more money as an agent, reduce the amount of activity that they have to do to make more money and have a better life, those are things that are really important. Wouldn't every single agent on the planet love to be in a situation where they maximize their activity for more deals and make more money? Nobody wants to work more for less. So that when I talk about accountability, that's what the OP and the team leader put together, supported by the MCA for agents. Now that just doesn't happen anywhere that I've seen. So that's why I'm so proud of it, and that's why I talk about it so much. So I'm asking each of you to think about, what can you do to make a difference? And you know what? Every one of us is ordinary people. I talk about Lisette, JP, my team, Leslie, all the people, Ammon, April, all the people on our team. But you know what? They're ordinary kids. They have mothers and fathers. They have partners. They have friends. They're ordinary people. But they're doing extraordinary things. And you can too. You can really do something which is substantially different. It is virtually impossible to have 100 agents in Jamaica in one market center. Or is it? What can you do? You cannot have 900 agents in a market center in Austin, Texas, where there are 900,000 people. Can't do it. JP's wife is a team leader there. And she's the one that will be the future of team leaders. So what I'm asking you is, the team leader that you add in your market center will change our lives in the future. That's what's going to happen. The people that we're adding to our company today in June 2020 will make an influence, an impact on our company for the next 6 months. And in 2021 and 2022, you'll be the leaders of our company. The last thing that I'm going to say to you is thank you. Thank you for being here and listening. Thank you for being very extra special for sitting here and going through all of this. You know, there's lots of people who pretend that they're interested, and there's some people who do something, and you do something. So I'm really proud of that. So the last thing I'm going to say to you is what I said to people for many years now. Go forth and multiply. It's better to have more transactions, more agents, more people than it is less. The only sport you want less is golf. And none of us really play golf that well. But every other sport, every other thing in life, You want more money. You want more kids. You want more transactions. We want more agents. We want more market centers. We want more. God knows I want more pizza. So what I say to you is go forth and multiply. Do your best. Listen to some of the things. If you decide that you don't want to join Keller Williams, I understand that. But you can take some of the things that we've talked about here and you can make your lives better. As I said yesterday and today, thank you. Thank you to JP and the team. Thank you to you. Please stay safe during COVID. Wash your hands. Take care of your family. You're really valuable people. Thank you. Thank you, JP.
Thank you, Bill. Thank you guys for hanging in there with us. It was a great 2 days. We so appreciate your time. We know how precious it is. Leslie has sent out a survey about this class. If you have time and you want to share your feedback, we'll continue to make it better. This will serve you well as you come on board Keller Williams as a new region. Thank you again. Have a great rest of your day, morning, afternoon, evening, and we'll see you next time. Bye-bye, guys.
Hey, thank